Oh my god, that is cursed. That is ending right now. That is the worst. No, no, that is wrong. This is, no, that's off. That's off. Oh god, that did not work out as I planned. Alright. Dear lord, that was an absolute nightmare. Alright, as advertised. We were doing Nier on Christmas Eve for some reason. Nope, I need to click that. There we go. Haha. And it might help if we have sound. Boom. How are we all? Well, that volume's a little low, isn't it? Let's turn that up a bit. Let's bring you closer. How's that? You should be able to hear me a bit better now. One of these days I'll get the hang of actually making sure the mic's within hearing distance. Oh dear. That should be down there. There we are. Oh, this actually worked. And look, we even got a top hat, finally. Did I kill it? No, alas. I added several mods. Detailed as it gets, unfortunately. Still, the you can't really see it in this light, but the texture on the outfit is fantastic. That is the saddest tree I've ever seen in my life. Look at that thing. Ugh. I mean, it fits the universe, but can I open these? There's a thing. Oh no! It's actually the opposite. I can't open the one item that's actually there. They even have lights on the light poles. It's just, it's so sad. The footprints are like, okay. Okay, I see what they're going for. It is just the sand footprint, but yeah, more than nothing. I wonder if there's anything in the room. Nope. Very minimal. But... oh, I didn't notice lights up there before. That's cool. Oh, okay, so they really overdid it with the fog. I think that's maybe my one gripe about this. Is you can't notice a lot of the details just because of the fog everywhere. That's actually... why is 9S running into me? It's annoying. Okay. You kind of like the sad tree? I kind of like the sad tree too. It fits the world. It's just objectively like, oh my god. But like seriously, look at the texturing on this. It's actually really fantastic. Like it's not like the highest. It's not like the most incredible like model in the world, but like it's definitely serviceable. The I don't know what you call it. It's not the... is it the frills? Is it just the frills? What do you call that, like, the white lining on the edge of the dress, like on the cuts? If you look closely, it looks like a pipe cleaner, but at distance, it's actually pretty effective. Alright, what are we doing? Oh, right, we talked to Anemone. I think this is a dialogue that's plot important enough that it should have been voiced over. I think not voicing this dialogue in particular is kind of strange, especially since Pascal actually is like a key part of the plot and has so many voiced lines. To make like the part where they're...
Well,
yeah.
what do you think?
He just started transmitting to us directly.
Now do you believe we're not a threat?
Your mouth can say anything it wants, but you still don't have a heart.
I suppose that's technically accurate. Yes, well, you're free to visit our village whenever you like.
Alright, let's increase our speed a little bit here, because this is... I'm feeling sluggish. What do we have equipped here? Actually, what do we have for cash? We have enough funds. We might actually be able to expand our chip limit. So how's everyone's holidays going so far? Mine have been exhausting, but otherwise positive. But, oh my god. We had a massive snowstorm, like we've never had before. Snowstorm's the wrong word for it. We had massive snowfall, which is extremely unusual for us. No, rest when you're dead. So I spent easily about 20 hours over the last couple of days just trudging through, like, almost waist-high snow in parts. Usually just like knee-high, but it was bad. So I'd go out and do shopping for like 3-4 hours, and then come home and just die. It's awful, but what am I doing? Right. Chips. There we go. That's what I want. Alright, what did that get us? Perfect. Let's get some movement speed going. Actually, can I wonder. Generally don't want to sell the machine cores this early in the game because they increase in value by the end of it to 20,000 each, so they double. But I don't care. I just want the money. Okay, so what I want to do. There we go. So now I've got to move and speed up too. And I want to... There we go. So now... Alright. So for support, we want movement speed up 2. And we want... Shockwave 2. I want to equip that one. We'll optimize again. We'll increase our shockwave. And we'll add... Can I put that in? Oh, just barely. Oh, I have enough funds, actually. I should be able to Get that extra space. Oh yeah, that's what I want. There we go. Now we're in business. Sorry, we'll get to the interesting stuff soon. I know this is riveting. Just trust me, this will save us a lot of time later. Let's go with, is that a bunch of defensive? Yeah. Then. That'll do. Alright, let's go. Save quick. The menu reminds me of Metal Gear Solid 2. There's a lot about this that's actually somewhat similar to Metal Gear Solid 2. In terms of its narrative ambitions, the way it sort of plays around with the format. Cruelty Squad did that as well. In a way, it's, it seems pretentious, but it's almost like the video game answer to things like, I don't know. Like James Joyce, right? Where a major part of the novel really has very little to do with the actual novel or like the story it's telling you. And it has to do with what Joyce is doing with the delivery medium. Alright, where are we going? Let's see. We are going... Oh, we're going back to Pascal, okay. So I think we can just warp there now. Good night, Aaron. Nope, no warp yet. Alright, we walk. Didn't get MGS2 when I was a kid and had seen Buck Wild, but it turned out to be incredibly prescient. Demon Mama has been really trying to sell me on Death Stranding, so at some point, once like, oh god, Christmas spending is all done. And I've got a video about that I'm going to be making in the next couple of days, because, dear god, there's some psychotic elements about sort of social conventions around that. Yeah, Demon Mom has been telling me that Death Stranding is actually fantastic. Don't listen to the Donkey review. He got that as wrong as he got the Cruelty Squad review. It's apparently really good. So, I need to give that one a look. I couldn't get through Death Stranding. The story is great, but the gameplay gets tedious, does it? I mean, it's tricky with some of these, right? Like, I originally had some difficulty getting into Nier Automata because the way in which combat just sort of dragged on, or seemed to drag on when you're not familiar with it. That was, like, turning me off it pretty hard, but I stuck with it, and it turned out that actually there was some logic behind what they were doing. Sorry if my voice is a little off today. I did catch something in my travels, so I'm a little under the weather. Not severely, but I'm stuffy. Oh, you brought me some high viscosity oil. The anemone is just so kind and understanding. If only all of her.
After all, the only way to understand someone is to get to know them. Isn't that right?
Fair enough.
Oh dear.
What's that noise?
2B, this is an emergency transmission from the bunker. We're reading a Goliath-class enemy inside the city ruins. And it looks like there are a ton of other machines there with it. All Yorha units should proceed and engage immediately.
A Goliath? This was a trap. I knew it!
I promise you, we were not aware of this information. I realize the odds of you believing me are strikingly low, but I hope you will nonetheless.
We'll sort it out later. Let's go.
Autobots roll out. Have you played Nascence? Oh, you're not talking to me. I see. I see how it is, Connor. I haven't played Nascence. Apparently it's free now. It looked interesting. Death Stranding is really good for the kind of person that likes hiking. I do like hiking, actually. I haven't done it enough recently.
2B, Command is deploying new flight units for us. They just sent the coordinates, so let's get going.
On it.
We have to save Christmas. Big boy. Moose.
The flight units should be on the roof of that building up ahead. It'll be dangerous, but we're not going anywhere unless we pass through that Goliath's legs.
What was that?
We should be careful.
What is that? Oh, that's what that is. Okay. It's kind of them to alert me where the bullets are going to land. I wonder if I can injure him from here. I can. Can I just fight him from here? Oh, saving's possible. Okay, good. Brilliant. I can fight him from here. Wait, am I damaging him, or I am damaging him? I'm doing damage. Okay. Well, let's give this a go. Let's just try taking him out from here. I'm gonna assume it's not doing anything. Let's play who we're intended to. Oh. Well, that's new. I've never actually done that before. I have no idea where I am. Alright.
Display displaying data on central wiring hub.
Oh boy. Aha! I cannot see a goddamn thing. Oh, I should not have been able to dodge that. Oh, there we go. I was worried for a second the mod had messed with the physics. Like I'm dodging these too easily without seeing. Oh, shoot. There we go. That's more like it.
Let's get to those flight units while we can.
Be careful. The skies are packed with anti-air weapons. Make sure to approach at low altitude.
Copy that. Target enemies offline. That should do it for the Goliaths.
Look out! It's recharging! Ah!
Enemy vibrations are growing in intensity. It's resonating in tandem with the area beneath the combat zone.
What the...
Unbelievable. The aliens who haven't revealed themselves in hundreds of years were hiding underground?
No, I
Yorha,
wanted those.
This is your commander. For the first time in centuries, we've intercepted a signal belonging to the aliens. These are the creatures that are in direct command of the machine lifeforms on this planet. If we can destroy them, we can end this long and arduous war once and for all. Our intel team is hard at work attempting to analyze the source of the signal, but we're not there yet. We need more data. All Yorha units are hereby ordered to prioritize data collection above all else. We can't let this chance slip through our fingers. Glory to mankind.
I used command's data to determine the signal's source and marked it on the map. But it seems to be underground. Like, way underground.
Guess we'll see once we get there. If we're lucky.
You're not much for plans, are you, 2B?
Here's tequila. Oh, that's a new one. I don't know why, but this one just makes me think of the quartering. I can't for the life of me figure out why, though. But I feel there's a quarteringness about this one. All this because a guy on a dragon opened up a portal. I have never played a Drakengard game. I had a friend once, when I was in elementary school, who had all of them. And I didn't understand them, because I didn't have a PS2. All I knew is they were
What is
mechanically
this?
very awkward.
Analysis. It is a cave-in caused by the collapse of an open space underground.
Why is there such a huge cavern beneath the city? That's a weird-looking enemy. The ground is caved in. There must have been a hollow down there this whole time.
Ow.
This hallway looks pretty old.
Ah. It's weird when you switch between games. I was playing Elden Ring a little while ago, a couple nights. And you use... Oh, see? You use the right thumbstick to lock on. Not... Oh. Not the left trigger like you do in Nier. And they're all... They have the same combat system, more or less. There are some differences in terms of, like...
Look at all these dead machines.
The range and types of
Seems like
attacks
they've
you
been
can
here
pull
for a
off,
long
but
time.
the way in which you handle them is identical. It's basically just an elaboration on Ocarina of Time's lock-on system. It is interesting there would be dead machines here, given that this is supposedly an alien bunker and the machines of their creation.
What is this place?
I don't know. There's nothing like it in the database.
Are they dead?
2B, look!
Destroyed alien motherships.
Welcome to the graveyard of our creators.
You.
2B, look out!
My name is Adam. The aliens you seek are no longer here. They were wiped out centuries ago. By us, the machines.
Wiped out?
And who knows, perhaps we'll wipe out the androids next. Machines are weapons capable of evolution. We can grow. We can become aware. Eventually, the intelligence within our network began to surpass that of our creators. You'd probably be surprised at how quickly it happened.
You destroyed your own creators?
Oh, there's no need to fret about them. They were simple, infantile, almost like plants, I guess you'd say. They held no value to us, but the humans on the moon, now they are interesting.
Why them?
Because they are an enigma. They killed uncountable numbers of their own kind, and yet loved in equal measure. It's fascinating, don't you think? What could possibly drive such behavior? We have dedicated ourselves to unraveling this riddle of humanity. And now we will allow you to assist us. You were made in their image, after all.
Assist you with what?
It's simple. We need you to locate the humans on the moon and bring them to us. We will then dissect and analyze them in order to drag their secrets forth into the light. Surely you see the attraction in this.
Are you insane? We'd never do that! Can you believe this, 2B? This guy's bonkers.
Well, I suppose this concludes negotiations. The only remaining option is to destroy you. The same way we destroyed these pathetic little aliens. Time grows short. This year, this is the fate that befell our creators.
As for your beloved humans, I guess we'll see, won't we?
They're gone.
The aliens were already dead.
Yeah. We better get back to the bunker.
They're big, too. They kind of went for a War of the Worlds design. Sort of like bear-sized. Except, their heads are dicks. So that's a thing. Although I do like how they sort of resemble the machines. So the machines aren't really crude facsimiles of human beings with forelimbs, etc.
Back this way again? What a pain.
Stop complaining.
Yeah.
2B, this is Operator 60. We now have an operational transporter in the city ruins. We're attempting to deploy them at other points as well.
About time we had access to those.
Care to fill me in?
Transporters? They let you transfer your consciousness to a temporary body back in the bunker. I heard some tech guys talking about it a while ago, but I didn't know they'd finally got it working.
Hey, how's it hanging?
You again.
Your commander told me to build a new access point, so here you go. Oh, and I got the stupid transporter up and running too.
Thank you?
I've known the commander for a while now. She sure is good at pawning work off on people. Next time you see her, give her some lip for me, will ya?
So this has a transporter now, huh?
Still, transporters are pretty handy. They're way faster than flight units when it comes to traveling between Earth and the bunker. Flight units also leave us open to attack, and they're expensive to operate, too.
I've never actually, like, closely analyzed one of these things. So... there are what look like cards or tokens or, like, plaques with rings on them. I don't know why. But, okay. Yeah, it's not really a transport system. It seems to be a vending machine. It literally just stores their bodies on the ground or wherever they are. And then it activates one wherever they're going, for some reason.
That concludes our report on the events surrounding the alien wreckage. Then they were dead this whole time.
The Council of Humanity needs time to formulate a plan. Until then, this information must be kept confidential. Speak of it to no one.
Of course. Your next mission is to gather additional intel on the individual known as Pascal.
You mean that freaky machine we ran into?
This order comes directly from the Council. Knowledge of such unique individuals is essential for the success of future missions. Understood.
So we find out later that there is no council and that all information is coming directly... Sorry, all orders are just originating with the commander herself. So that's interesting.
Man, the commander sure is a slave driver, huh? And now we have to go back to the city ruins. Why don't we rest a little bit, 2B? It's been a while.
I'll rest if I feel like it.
Nope. Is that an avatar ref? Oh, there we go. I broke it. Haha. Ah, yes. Unlimited power. This is my favorite glitch. Such a good glitch. Oh. There we go. No, the commander gets orders as well. She's aware that the humans are dead, not the full extent of the Order project. Yeah, but she's aware that the Council of Humanity is dead. Obviously. Because that's where she gets her orders. Well, it's the Council of Humanity, right? So if the humans are dead, the Council of Humanity is dead. Unless I'm misunderstanding something. The voice acting is good in this. Surprisingly good. But I put a lot of that down to the writing. There are a lot of really good voice actors in really bad games. Like, I don't think any of the voice actors, some exceptions in Final Fantasy X, were bad. It's just the game was badly written. Like, there are some lines that just human beings don't deliver, you know? Like, a lot of good actors, really good actors, in the Star Wars prequels. Bad dialogue.
Oh, it's 9S and 2B, yes? Those machines cost quite the ruckus, don't you think?
We need to talk.
Of course. I'll help however I can.
Why'd you choose not to fight? We've been alive for hundreds of years. We lost countless friends time and again, but losing friends isn't what scares me. What scares me is the fact that I've grown used to seeing those inherent die all around me. That's why I decided I had enough.
Yes, Toby?
So the pacifism is an attempt to retain sensitivity to killing, essentially. It's kind of a weak. Which it is, because, like, in the course of... As soon as the slightest necessity arises, Pascal does, in fact, use violence.
Yes, Toby?
Aside from this village, are there any other machines that are cut off from the network?
I suppose that unpleasant songstress you so kindly defeated in the amusement park wasn't part of the network.
You mean that singing thing?
Oh, and of course there's the Forest Kingdom, but...
Forest Kingdom?
Yes. It's a vast woodland area not far from here. There's a group of machines there attempting to build a nation of sorts. They're quite hostile to outsiders, however. We can't so much as go near the place.
Where is it?
Northeast of the city ruins. You should be able to reach it by passing through the ruins of the commercial facility. If you go, however, be careful. Things have been rather rough there lately.
This Forest Kingdom sounds like something we should check out.
Alright, let's see how chat's doing. Altered Carbon vibes? I actually haven't seen Altered Carbon yet. That's one I've been meaning to watch. I just want to check to see if anybody's been trying to DM me during this thing. Oh yeah, Leo, feel free to call in. Yeah, if anybody wants to call in, feel free. Here, I'm gonna change the title so that reflects that. But yeah, this is a chill stream. I'll take calls tonight. There we go. Yeah, you know the drill. If you want to call in, get into the server. And go into the, what are we calling it? Get into the Stream Guests channel. And say hi. We're not going to go super late tonight. I am not at my... I'm not feeling my greatest, and I have to get up early tomorrow morning, so... Alright. Jean-Paul. There's too much to read. I want to read Being in Nothingness. I really do. Hey, get down. Here we go. Oh man, it's actually... The weather here is so weird. It's actually hot right now. I have the temperature on cool. There's like snow up to your, almost up to your waist in parts here. And it's hot. It's mildly disturbing, actually. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, we're gonna run into a meal finally. Good. Go to... Desert Camp is close. Here, let me see if anybody's waiting to call in. I know at least one person was asking. Nope, not yet. That's fine.
Leave me alone, jackass. I can't deal with your weird hobbies anymore.
Like I care what you think, jerk.
We will come back to that.
Operator 60 to 2B. Come in, 2B.
2B here.
The monitoring signal from the new access point has gone silent. I'm sending you the positional data. Please investigate the site as soon as possible.
Understood.
Say, 2B,
What?
when do you think you'll be willing to call me Nines?
9S works just fine.
Well, yeah, but... Man, this job can be pretty rough sometimes, huh?
We don't get to choose our assignments, and you should work on keeping your opinions in check. Yorha aren't allowed to be emotional, remember?
I think some of us are better at that than others. This must be the commercial structure Pascal was talking about. The records say it was once a facility known as a shopping center.
It is interesting, isn't it, how, the wreckage looks immensely more aesthetic than the thing actually functioning as intended. Because functioning as intended, it's kind of an awful thing, isn't it? It's... Here's a bunch of buildings selling you things you don't need. Fleecing you because you feel a compulsion to... satisfy expectations that you already know are bupkis. But they register you as resourced, important, etc. if you have them, so. Whereas you put it into this state, and it's allowed to just be what it is, which is just an astonishing failure of something, but at least in that respect, it's interesting and significant. It's not just... It becomes less of a garbage heap the more ruined it is, oddly enough.
No getting through here.
Maybe there's some kind of mechanism we could engage? If we were human, we probably would have gone shopping and such here, right?
More meaningless conjecture.
You're so serious, 2B. You know that?
Alert. Multiple machine life forms detected above our position.
All hail the Forest King. All hail the Forest King.
Who the heck is the Forest King?
You're getting distracted.
Well, what do you expect? I'm a scanner. Combat was never meant to be my forte. Check this guy. He's just running away.
It's going to explode!
What's that?
Hey there, guys. What's up?
This thing's weird, 2B. Let's kill it.
Wait, what? No! Good idea. No!
Okay, what was that?
I'm playing Nier Replicant at the moment. I haven't acquired Emil yet, but I have read a little bit about it, so Emil could have probably killed them both. Actually, even in canon in this game, he could have killed them both, so it's just kind of funny.
Looks like the forest is just ahead.
I think he's the first level 99 enemy you fight.
Aim for the enemy androids. Engage battle mode. Now fight for your king.
Here they come. Better keep your guard up.
I'm aware of how to fight. You just be careful.
I will,
Oh
2B.
my god. Yeah, okay. As soon as you said it, you die.
These machines.
They were talking about a king, right? I saw what looked to be a castle further in. Maybe we should take a look.
Here's something interesting about this game. I haven't talked about this yet, but I will when I make the video on this. If you've been paying attention so far, as we've encountered like the different zones where the machines are sort of congregating, they do develop, but not in terms of, strictly speaking, consciousness per se. Like, like a lot of science fiction having to do with artificial intelligence, it really is just about, oh, do they have qualitative experience, or are they just zombies? That's not really what's going on here. In fact, you find out at the end of the game, to spoil it for people, because we're just playing this whenever we find a blank slate to fill it in. Har har. You find out that the internal construction of the androids and the machines are basically identical. They're made by the same people, they're kept in pairs, paired factions, specifically to allow for their conflict to trigger, like, evolution. Sort of an agonistic process of mutual improvement. When you first encounter the robots in the machines in the overworld, they're completely passive. They will defend themselves if you attack them directly, but they won't defend each other. And they have no interest in each other or in you. You walk right by them and they just walk right by each other. The second time you encounter them, they're in like a weird, almost orgiastic sprawl of imitating copulation, rocking cradles, etc. Just like bare sort of animal reproduction and family grouping kind of thing. A lot of people miss this. When you get to the amusement park, there's a heavy emphasis on sus. Oh, shut up! Don't talk. When you get to the amusement park, there's a heavy emphasis on sort of like socialized sexual relationships, where they're massively complicated by things like discrete monogamous family groups, which in turn results in like competitive courtship, being obsessive about beauty standards, stuff like that. You get to the basics of really what you have once you have the first sort of village scale of human organization. That's the last one we visited. Now, here there's sort of a splitting. So we've encountered Pascal and a group of sort of independent, pacifist, thoughtful, self-reflective, and philosophical machines who are concerned primarily with, you know, being better than the other ones. They've separated themselves off. They've been cut from the network, as it were. That's how they describe it. Now here, we are encountering a monarchical society. So like there's like a kingship, it's an honor-based society.
We must protect our king and kingdom! We must settle our foes when we violate something! We must settle!
Where a social structure is fetishized, and as sort of like an idol, unites the community in combined action of a particular kind, excelling particularly at military activity. And then after this, we probably won't get there today, although we might. After this, I think the next community form we find is a cult that, sort of like Pascal, is oriented towards something other than the network from which the machines come. They're too loud. From which the machines are born, from which they're originally connected into. And they become like a suicidal quasi Christian cult that
How
believes
are we supposed
that
to reach that castle?
Oh my God! Stop talking. That believes that they ascend to godhood if they die. They're trying to imitate a single figure who is dead. They fetishize that figure as being in some sense divine. Therefore, they think that by imitating him, they become divine or whatever. It's a very ham-fisted facsimile of Christianity. I think my interpretation of this game is that the title Automata has nothing to do with the question of consciousness at all. Not in the sense that, like, AI enthusiasts typically talk about it. Obviously, the machines and the androids have qualitative awareness. Just obviously. For one, we play as one of them. It's not in the question. The automata aspect, the automata title refers to the processes treated as inevitable of agonistic evolution that premises the whole setting, where these mastermind intelligences have created two competing robot races to fight each other and become stronger and stronger and smarter through that agonistic process. And it is that process that is automatic and unfree. Because automata doesn't have to do with consciousness, it has to do with choice. You're an automata if there is a unconscious chain of causality that governs what you do. And you can have consciousness and be an automata. In fact, that's what a deterministic theory of human will is. It's saying that, yeah, we have a will, but it's what that will is governed by processes beyond our control. We don't choose them. Well, the cult leader being Kierkegaard tells you what a lot about what Kierkegaard was going for. I guess I'll have to read Kierkegaard before I do that video, won't I? I haven't read Kierkegaard. I have Kierkegaard. I haven't read him. He's not called Kierkegaard, though. I think he's called, like... Is he called Søren? The game obscures a lot of what it's doing in the first playthrough. So, like, this playthrough that we're doing reveals very little. And if you haven't, like... I was talking to somebody at a game shop the other day. And they were mentioning that they had played this game. But they didn't realize that ending A is like a third of the game. Route B and C aren't just like replaying this again with slightly different features. I mean, Route B is to a certain extent, but like when you get to Route C, it's actually a full-on sequel. Like it's a different storyline that takes place in the future with respect to this. He's not called anything by the characters, but in the unit data is called Kierkegaard. Okay. I'm misremembering it. Or I guess more accurately, I'm guessing. Sometimes it feels like a memory. Alright, we need to get across. There's a trick to this, and I keep forgetting what it is, so bear with me. You do have a caller on the way there. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me. I will always forget. Oh, I need to go into the stage. There we go, and I need to drag him there. Hello, Elzaz. How are you?
Hi there. Yeah,
Here, let me turn the game volume down a little bit.
Oh, alright.
And, let me turn your volume up, because you're a tad quiet. How are you?
Yeah, doing well. How about yourself?
Pretty good, thanks. How are your holidays going?
Yeah, not good. I have COVID, but
oh, that's right.
Oh well. Yeah. Well, you're sick yourself too, aren't you?
With God knows what. It's not the worst cold I've had. It's one of those ones where you just kind of feel sort of tired and stuffy.
Yeah.
I'm just sleepy is what I am. Hopefully not COVID, but if it is COVID, I've got it very easy.
Well, best of recovery with that.
Yeah, you too. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so I wanted to get your thoughts about a few things that I know that you have some interest and study in.
Sure.
So, this year, obviously, we had the death of our Queen Elizabeth, so strangely enough, our being on two different hemispheres of the Earth, we still have a common monarch, which I've always found quite strange. And, you know, that death has brought up the conversation of the Republican movement, as in becoming a republic. I don't know if that...
You're not talking about the GOP. To be clear. Yeah.
No, not that one. God, no. I don't know. Has that conversation come up a lot in Canada?
No, not at all. I mean, we took the Constitution home with Pierre Trudeau. We've been running as a de facto republic for the past Longer than I've been alive.
Oh,
Nobody here conceives themselves really as being a part of the Commonwealth. It's
Well,
it's a strange thing when that's brought up.
yeah, certainly. So you guys don't have that sort of royal worshipping culture over there?
No, it's basically non-existent. I mean, they'll still sell like knickknacks and whatnot associated with it if there's a visit, maybe, but it's very subdued.
Oh, that's bizarre.
There's almost
Okay.
there's almost no interest. It might be a generational thing. Big emphasis on might. I don't think I've met anyone here who has any particular love for the Queen. We don't disdain the Queen per se. We're just kind of indifferent.
That's strange. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I had some wrongful presumptions about Canada then.
It might have been very different a few decades ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because like that was an event. Like formally, well, I guess more symbolically, separating ourselves from the UK. But yeah, no, it's never talked about. So it's strange. It's really strange. It's one of those things that comes up. It comes up in well, especially since like we will talk about the crown in the abstract as that which, for example, like native groups have treated land with. But we never talk about the crown as if the crown is like the royal family or the
I mean,
monarch.
they still are the head of state, aren't they? Or is that not in the Constitution?
It is in the Constitution. That's why the Governor General has technically more direct power than the Prime Minister, but we treat the Prime Minister essentially as our president, with some exceptions.
A lot of bizarre things happening there in Australia with the Governor General at the moment and Prime Ministership. Yeah, so
I have not been paying attention. I'm curious.
Oh, turns out our last Prime Minister just decided to, in the middle of the pandemic, well, even a bit before that, to assign himself the roles of several of his own ministers in private, and only the Governor General knew about that because he has to be sworn in with the Governor General. So yeah, massive breach of power. He just took all the jobs of his own ministers in secret.
That's interesting. He can do that. That's really curious.
Well, I mean, it's the Westminster system. Like, I don't know if even, at least in the Australian Constitution, the role of Prime Minister isn't even mentioned once. It's a
that is also true of us.
Yeah. So a lot of it runs off of convention, obviously. Well, that's neither here nor there, though. So, well, I was about to talk about this discussion about turning republic, but turns out that's not really happening in Canada. But
well, I mean, what's kind of interesting is that it turns out that being a republic actually has very little to do with what's written down in your constitution.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, of course, like, this is something I harp on a lot. Like, a constitution isn't really the document. We call the document the Constitution. We like to think of the written document as the Constitution as if it itself guarantees rights and, like, the limits of people in public office, et cetera. But, like, ultimately, no. What is law is what is enforced, and that's that. And it being on a piece of paper, no matter how expensive the paper is, or how important its name is, or how much gold encases it, it's just a piece of paper.
Very much. And I would say that is also true of another particular document. Another particular document. There's an apology letter framed in Parliament House in Canberra to the Indigenous peoples, and it's on display, and you can see it yourself. And I've seen it, and it's emblazed in gold, and it's beautifully handwritten, apparently. But ultimately means quite little when we're missing out targets for closing health gaps so poorly. And I know the Indigenous people of Canada have had a rough time as well.
Massively so. In fact, now that you mention it, one of the things that the sort of the ethical breaking up of Canada and the Commonwealth has affected is when we talk about issues of Indigenous governance, for example, a lot of people here, which not to put too fine a point on it, but I mean basically white Canadians, a lot of people here have a tendency to think about it as if despite the fact that, again, like, as you pointed out, we're still technically, formally under the same crown that has abused the treaties it made with those indigenous groups. We tend to treat it as if this is a thing done in the past by a different community. People in government don't talk about it this way, of course, because they can't, but like the average person discussing this.
Hold on though. Treaty? There's been treaties signed between the Crown and the indigenous tribes. Is that?
Yeah, we have treated land, all over Canada, and untreated, unceded land as well. So there's a whole lot of, like, it's not really a gray area because has just been misappropriated, but there's a whole lot of traditional land that was recognized as belonging to the territories of various groups, where we either made agreements giving them rights to, like, specific spaces to be, respected, or we didn't make those agreements and we've just sort of allowed companies to kind of make their way through anyways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about indigenous land rights, there's been a bit of that in Australia as well. It was interesting that you brought up treaties, though, because a lot of the conversation about the amelioration of indigenous subjugation in Australia has revolved around writing a treaty to essentially describe the terms of, peace and to end the frontier wars of the colonization, which never happened. And that's a common slogan, sovereignty was never seceded.
Yeah, same here. And this is again like why it'll be said, like, their companies, for example, are building pipelines on unceded, unconquered territories. It's interesting that the territories being conquered is sort of treated as if that would be a mitigating factor there. Well, I mean, because the appeal is directly to, like, the I guess English law's own internal precedents, where it's like, if you treaty with a group, then you're acknowledging, by extension, that group as sort of a peer with which you can engage in sort of like agreements or relations as between equals. If you then start to go roughshod over their territory without litigating exactly what is appropriate and what isn't with them as if they were equals, then you're kind of affronting your own law in a certain sense. You're acting entirely without, like, the conventions by which your state is run. So you're in, like, this sort of chaotic criminal zone where you're just pillaging and plundering. But it's okay. It's nice liberals who are doing it, so we're just sort of fine with that.
And then at the same time, the same sort of liberal adherence to laws can be used in the opposite direction. Now, this sounds like the name of someone who isn't real, but have you ever heard of John Batman?
I think I have, actually. It's ringing a bell.
Oh, okay.
It might just be because he's called Batman, but I'm pretty sure I've heard that before.
Yeah, so John Batman was a early settler in Victoria, down
It's
in
not.
the southeast of
It's spelled
Australia.
Batman, actually, guys.
Yeah, his name is Batman. There's a place in Melbourne called Batman Avenue, named after him, and the whole city was almost named Batmania after him as well. But essentially, what he did was he walked out into the middle of a bunch of tribes, and the Wurundjeri people would be the original owners of the land, I believe,
Yeah.
and
He'd
he.
massacre them.
Oh, no, no, no. See, this is why I'm saying you can use the same liberal justifications to break the same justifications.
All right.
He didn't massacre them. He gave them some pots and pans and some cloth, and then in exchange asked them to sign a contract which gave over the entire plot of land upon which Melbourne is now built, and then, decades after, they were expelled from that land. So there is a treaty.
I'm just reading the Wikipedia article. I know, like, the height of rigor here. So it says that Batman settled in Van Diemen's Land, modern-day Tasmania, in the 1820s, where he rose to prominence for hunting bush rangers, and is a leader of massacres of Aboriginal people in the Black War. I see. During this time, he was notorious for committing multiple mass killings of Aboriginal people. Yeah, well, that's interesting that you bring that up. This is one of the things that gave impetus to what would become the passport system, and the emergence of the border, even within, like, the liberal English empire, as sort of a demographic filter, as opposed to what it used to be, which is literally just, these are the holdings of so and so. These weren't treated as if these were like you could trespass on someone's territory, but it was like trespassing on someone's property. You didn't have the sense that, for example, immigrants coming over the border was polluting the interior. There wasn't like this strong sense of there being like a robust inside and outside. It was just the ground itself was owned. And one of the things that gave impetus to the passport system, what will become the passport system, is that they had a similar problem with labor in India. So India was, of course, under the subjugation of the British Crown, but as a consequence of that, Indians were regarded as British subjects, and British subjects could freely traverse the empire. This is like a necessary function of liberal politics. If you cannot choose your location, if you cannot choose your magistrate, you can't give tacit consent to their rule, so you have to be able to move. However, there was a problem, because you'd have these companies and these recruiters who would find people who were illiterate, and they would make them sign contracts that were extremely unfair for work that was extremely, like, bad. Not all the time, but
I definitely do recall you talking about Canada and racism and how it gave rise to the passport system, and it struck me as eerily very much parallel to some of the history that we have in Australia as well.
I'm not surprised at all. My account is like really impoverished. It's largely tracing the work of Radhika Mangia, who did a lot of work with respect to relations between well, her focus was on India in particular, India and Africa. This would have been imitated all over the place. It just seems to be the case that British Columbia and India were kind of the, I guess, the petri dish for this. This is where this all kind of started first. This is because the intensity with which sorry, I'm saying a lot. I'm legitimately exhausted. The intensity with which these systems were pursued, it wasn't just out of, like, bleeding heart concern for, the poor Indian worker who might be getting a rough deal. It was also because they weren't just going to Africa. They were also going to British Columbia, where I now sit. And a lot of people who looked like me didn't like that very much. Companies like that because they were very good workers. But people didn't like having wealthy Indian neighbors with funny hats and multiple spouses, maybe, or whatever. So all of that stuff would, like, conditions would start to stack up. Like, well, who is your spouse? How do we determine Who's someone's spouse is, oh, we can only allow one spouse. If it's more than one, there's no spouse. And you had all these weird conditions pop up governing what a passport actually allowed to travel or to enter into a place. But fuck, where was I going with this? Right. So yeah, so the reason why here was focused on was just because it was the racism of landed Canadians, bluntly, that largely gave rise to these systems and the way in which they occur. Because of course, like, there's a perfectly reasonable justification for assessing whether or not somebody is actually like making a free decision to travel to a distant land to labor under someone else's watch before they do so. But that wasn't really the motivating factor. That was an alibi.
Sort of concern trolling in the early days.
Something like that. Like a lot of people were probably very sincere about that, but sort of in the same way that a lot of people are really sincerely, they just have the best interest of all those beautiful young men and women who are mutilating their bodies because they've been taken in by trans ideology. Like on one level, they know they haven't thought about it too hard. But on the other, like when they say like, oh, they're just horrified by, they're not being insincere. They're just not being upfront about the fact that they only have that position because, and they know this, because they have contempt for the whole thing, and they haven't really bothered to think about it because they have contempt for the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in Australia, it was a lot more blatant. Well, the policies themselves were called the White Australia policy collectively, and
they have that here as well. There are
ways...
some Wilfrid Laurier quotes that are quite colorful, as an ironic choice of words, but he was.
I could imagine.
Yeah, he was pretty upfront about the fact that, and this is with respect to the natives here, not with respect to Indians per se. But no, he didn't believe that non-whites belonged in civilization with whites or in community with whites.
Okay.
And this was we have like speeches recorded about this. This is well known.
Crikes.
Yeah, Canada's got a very unearned reputation as being more benign than the United States when it comes to a lot of this stuff. I mean to a certain extent, yes, because there wasn't as much in the way of like physical massacres as you had in Australia and other colonies. But we absolutely did deliberately try to stamp out their existence and cordon them off into irrelevancy and take all of their territory and basically just disappear them from being anything that we have to deal with responsibly.
Yeah, genocide.
Yeah.
That's unfortunately still a controversial word to use to
with respect to this,
colonization.
I don't think it is with respect to this. This was pretty deliberate. I mean, look, when you're literally kidnapping a group's children.
Oh no, I'm not disagreeing.
Oh no, I know you're not. I'm just saying I don't think it's even that controversial in this case anymore. I think yeah. It's
yeah. Well, I'm speaking of borders and land rights and possession. So, there was an interesting conversation that I listened to a while ago. So, in certain language groups, is usually how groups of Indigenous Australians are separated. There would be very intense sort of ownership of the land because, obviously they rely on it to survive, and therefore to come onto somebody else's land was a very tense affair. So there would be welcome ceremonies in some tribes where there would be some sort of welcome to the land, and you would be allowed onto the land. So welcome to country is a ceremony that is now performed by several Indigenous Australian groups when, ushering in parliament or foreign dignitaries or such. And then for the rest of us non-Indigenous folk, it's become customary to, at the beginning of events like, occasionally concerts or speeches or whatever, to recognize country. So that's acknowledgement of country. And there
Yeah, we
was
have that too. Acknowledging the territories as a convention. It's kind of fallen off a little bit recently.
Oh, okay. I think it's a nice little tradition, honestly.
I have I have I haven't determined how I feel about it right now.
Okay.
And it's not because I think there's anything inappropriate about it, or that it wouldn't be appropriate to do if it was totally sincere. My main issue with it is I don't feel like it's sincere in a lot of cases. Certainly not in all cases. But I feel like it's tricky. Like this would happen a lot at my university. Organizations that are made up of students who have, in all likelihood, no access to any kind of executive control over the use of the land on which they're operating, would do this as a sort of automatic and token gesture, regardless of who they were talking to, whether it was in private, da 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 da. And I don't have an issue with that per se, but eventually, as a result of this becoming sort of a nicety that everyone was just expected to abide by, you'd have actual university administrators who do have some executive control over the use of the resources and the use of the school's property and whatnot. And they would start saying, like, we're going to acknowledge that we're on the oh shoot, I can't remember. Give me a second, it'll come to me. It's been so long. I haven't thought about this in forever. The one quick moment. I actually want to get this right.
Yeah,
feel really
it's
stupid
just like
not remembering that.
the people who used to reside on the land. Yes.
Coast Salish.
Okay.
Yeah. But they would like start speeches with this and whatnot. And my immediate thought then when I'd hear these people, it's like, oh, so you're acknowledging that this territory isn't yours. This is on unceded land. You wouldn't be acknowledging it if it was, if it was properly treated, if it belonged to you as part of a fair exchange, because it would be yours. But no, you're acknowledging it because no, we've taken this. It's like, okay, that's interesting. What are you doing to give it back? And the answer is always nothing, of course. So it's like, I don't like the way it's been wrapped up in kind of a liberal, and I mean liberal, not left wing, like in a liberal virtue signal culture, to the point where it's slowly rotted away the significance of the gesture, which was to say, like, hey, we're trying to engage in like a protective activity here, we're making the best of what we got, but while we're doing so right here, we're using facilities that are planted on territory that was stolen from a brutalized and raped people. But like that makes sense. That makes sense. Keeping people with a mind to that makes sense. That being subsumed as like a expected in the way that you say season's greetings or something on a sign during the holidays, I don't like that. But it's not my business at the end of the day. If the people whom it concerns appreciate it, then whatever. But
yeah, I guess I was questioning the utility of the thing itself.
I think it has utility. I just think the utility of it can be robbed from it.
I was viewing it much more from the perspective of its usage as a ceremony, because it was traditionally conducted by some peoples as a ceremony to literally welcome people onto the land, or to acknowledge the land that they're being welcomed onto.
I like that. That's
not all peoples did that though, and that we've just sort of like made this new culture where that is a done thing.
Well, that makes a lot of sense though. That's sort of assuming the status of like Lord of the House or whatever. Like this is your land you're coming into, therefore they welcome you. It's not the I don't know, it's not the tourist booth or whatever that greets you. It's like, no, this is a representative of the sovereign entity in which you are entering, welcoming you in. Um, like,
Yeah, like
yeah.
as I was saying before, it would be traditionally in a lot of places if you were to have come onto some indigenous group's land without being welcomed, you'd be speared through the legs is the usual punishment.
Hmm.
So like that, that's it is a ceremony with some pretty important historical roots there.
No, well, you're trespassing on their territory otherwise. It's basically a small scale act of war at that point. It's like
Hmm.
breaking into someone's house.
It's a interesting parallel to the uh, evolution of passports from the liberal order.
Well, I think the crucial thing is with the evolution of passports and whatnot, it wasn't that borders and walls and things like that were defended. That's what walls exist for, and walls have existed forever. Um, what was interesting there is that you had a political entity that had basically gained control for all intents and purposes over, as far as a lot of people are concerned, basically the entire Earth. And now they were determining along um, ethnographic lines who could go where. That's really what was at issue there. It wasn't the fact that like people couldn't. It wasn't the fact that they were like, oh, the British Isles themselves, um, as like or not the British Isles, like London as a community, as a city or whatever, um, only allowed people in at the front gate, and only who met the conditions that they set as like sovereigns of their territory or whatever. Because that's entering into the house of a community. That's entering into a community. And it's perfectly appropriate for a community to set rules for who enters, right? Because outsiders aren't part of the community. They don't have a right to the space that the community holds. But we aren't dealing with communities like that anymore. Even when we're talking about like quote unquote cities like London or whatever in modern day, we're talking about um, fairly amorphous sprawls that are administrated in a very abstract way. And so what determines who can go where is purely ideological and imposed from without. We're no longer talking about like this is the traditional territory of this group that's been here for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, and they have like an intimate relationship with the territory itself. And so when you trespass upon it in a certain way, like you're actually doing harm to the people who live there, or you're actually threatening them, or you're actually disrespecting them. That's not the kind of world we're talking about anymore. We're talking about a world where that's basically already been completely uprooted across the board. Very few exceptions. And you have administrators from on high who are sort of like possessed by a whole bunch of racial and ideological and whatever prejudices, just kind of arbitrating who can go where, like brain dead gods. That's the reason why modern and then afterwards using the notion of like traditional territories and things like that to sort of post hoc justify purely racially motivated policies that sort of imitate the form of them. So Trump's Muslim ban or Trump's wall or whatever, stuff like that. Like it sounds the same when you talk about it, but it's not the same. It's not the same thing for a large tribal group that has occupied like a territory for a very long time and has occupied it specifically because it has a particular relationship to the land itself. They haven't just it's not just real estate to them. Like that is a part of their
Mm.
life cycle.
Very different relationship to the land and to sovereignty over the land and themselves as a people.
Well, it's almost not even appropriate to talk about sovereignty in the sense that we talk about sovereignty with respect to states. Because when we talk about like the sovereignty of states, what we're talking about is like how far do the channels of power run from the center, such that a state can actually like control territories, like control and feel, as it were, like it's holding, so that if another state starts to impinge on it, the states feel it, and then you're in a situation of conflict between states.
Well, then there's the question of the sovereignty of peoples rather than states, though.
I think they're different kinds of things. I think when we're talking about the sovereignty of tribal groups, of non-state tribal groups, and you have to be really careful with this language too, because when people think non-state, they think immediately delegitimate. Because we have this whole Whiggish idea of states being at the end point of an inevitable evolution of sophistication. So, I mean, like, hey, tough luck. Yeah, natives were treated badly, but you know, they couldn't cut it. They got out technologically advanced by British state forms or whatever. It's like that's not what happened. They organized differently. They had a different relationship to their territory than the British did. They had like a whole. It's just different. When we're talking about those, though, we're talking about like literally there's an organic relationship between the people and the territory on which they live. They literally live off of the land. Whereas, like, for example, where I live, I'm in a box that was set up by God knows who. I'm renting it. I'm eating food that's been shipped over from all over. I don't have to know anything about my surrounding place. Like the environment of this island may as well be in China as far as I'm concerned, because I don't have to know anything about it to function here. I have no relationship to it. I'm totally abstracted away from the territory in which I live. I could be in a spaceship right now and I would have as intimate a relationship with the ground here as I do now. And that's the case for basically everyone who's grown up living in a suburb. You can have relationships with city culture, or you know, like you can have attachments to like the history of a state or a country or whatever you want. You can be proud of like stuff that a particular city has achieved, but you don't have that same connection. You can't really compare the two side by side, because one is sort of idealization of a bunch of things that are sort of emergent from a concept of community, and one is quite literally, you go to this river to get water, you go here to hunt, you go here to pick food, you go here to farm, da 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 da. You actually, to a certain extent, you are the land that you're on. That's an essential part of who you are in your life.
Yeah. Well, interesting asides, the only reason that Melbourne is located in the place that it is because of a small waterfall along the Yarra, where therein only fresh water could be collected, and so the entire geographical location of the city was based off of minor geological formation that you know decades later could easily have been moved, and yet it dictated the entire growth of the city.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's not really so interested. That's just a fun tidbit.
I mean, I think it's really interesting. When you think of it that way, maybe here's the way to compare the two. So a native tribe has like pre-contact, before it starts entering into like the contract relationship with modern states. Their territory is what they have historically used. Maybe they've fought for it with other tribes, but they've historically used this stuff. They actually have like a direct relationship with the land in which they live, such that the loss of land or whatever is directly felt by everybody immediately. The land on which they live directly keeps them alive. It is indeed like a part of their life as a community and as individuals. Now, there is something common between that and something in sort of like the modern colonial system, but it's not a community of human beings. It is maybe sort of the imperial machine itself, again, like heavily abstracted, but nonetheless, like it too is sort of tied down to resources placed on the world. Like there are particular like things from which it draws energy. Um, but it's not a human community anymore. We're talking about something that sort of floats above it.
Well, yes, that's a interesting distinction. But of course, now in the present day, the relationship that the indigenous people have to the land is uh, more of a cultural one, as they no longer physically depend on it for the most part, anyways.
For the most part, there are exceptions, but yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of the conversation about
well, as well, in addition, like it's been not uncommon for the natural resources upon which these communities did depend to be heavily polluted as a result of colonial industry.
Yeah, yeah. There have been a few promising things where, communities have been involved in and consulted on the use of their land, but that seems to be the exception rather than the rule.
Yeah.
But on the question of what sort of right to rulership or a sense of sovereignty over that land they have by being its original custodians, there's going to be a referendum in the next year over here regarding what is going to be known as the Voice to Parliament, which is going to be a separate Indigenous body that will be consulted by Parliament on that Parliament will consult on matters that affect Indigenous people. So they will be a sort of advice body that's written into the Constitution. And there's been a lot of argument around that. Some of it obviously more honest than others, but is it really an act of amelioration to, write specifically the indigenous peoples into the Constitution and then to give them this advisory body? Like, I mean, in practical terms, I could see that it means that they'll have input on matters that will affect.
Often, like this takes place a lot here as well. Often it's used as a token justification for basically everything that follows. Like, hey, you had input, and now it becomes a massive nightmare reasserting their right to the territory that is being acted upon. This is, again, one of the reasons why there's a massive divide between... I want to be careful here because it's been a hot minute since I've researched this, so I'm fuzzy on the particulars. But we have a big problem here with, in terms of legitimacy, between sort of reconstructed band leaderships that are taken by some to be essentially functionaries of the liberal state itself and not true representatives of the bands.
Bands being...
tribes. Basically tribes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I gotcha.
And so one of the things that happens is you have a bunch of people who are sort of bought off as quasi-representatives of the native communities, who are seen in sort of the abstract by some as selling off, selling out their group's belongings, essentially. Or that's not even always necessary. More often than not, like, they'll have one or two people just sort of present, or they'll have a few people present. They'll be sort of like, oh, look, we've consulted, and then it's business as usual.
I mean, that raises the very interesting question of which indigenous persons actually get to have that voice if they are indeed given a voice.
And here's something else too, like if we don't have like a robust understanding of what indigenous sovereignty is, what the hell does it mean to have them represented properly? What does it mean for them to be consulted? Does that just mean
Mm.
like, oh, there is a organization that is relatively recently reconstructed, maybe just constructed in some cases. Because like language death and culture death, like the scale of it is immense. Like,
Oh, yeah.
so
Are you aware of the Stolen Generation?
um, I know the term. I need to review this very quickly. I'll do that while we talk.
Yeah, no
There's a
problem.
few stolen generations.
Essentially, oh, okay. I'm sure there are across the world. Blame the British.
Oh, I see. This is the Oh yeah, so this is what corresponded to the theft of Canadian children in Canada.
Yeah,
This is very similar. So, just like how in Australia they removed children from their families to basically just delete these communities within a generation
yeah.
from the field of play.
I think it's horrifying because
Oh yeah.
it's a cultural genocide that succeeded.
It's not. It's actually a little bit worse, honestly. Um,
Hmm?
See, because like when we talk about cultural genocide, often like we're talking about like it's and it is bad. It's really horrible to take a people and break down their dignity and composition, all the stuff that they value, so that they basically just don't exist as a group anymore. You've destroyed like a whole thing by which people for centuries have defined their significance and their meaning or whatever. That's one thing, and that's a crime. In this particular case, think about it at the micro scale. They literally went just they had people going around. They find children unattended who looked the part, scoop them up, wouldn't tell their parents, and they just disappear. Like imagine if your child just randomly vanishes one day. You never have any closure, just gone.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah,
one of the things that's really horrifying about the bodies that were found recently at the residential schools in Canada.
yeah.
This is a big news item. It's not the fact that they died. Um, these children were not. Well, I mean, this is where it gets iffy. These children were not murdered. They weren't dead because of violence, quote unquote. Well, they were. What they died from was tuberculosis. Um,
Oh
here's the
God.
actual violence, though. They were only in those schools because they were stolen without their parents being told. And then they died and were buried unmarked, and their parents were never informed. So these people just disappeared. That's about as horrific as it gets, unless you're like going into like Hammurabi territory.
I suppose that makes it two genocides in a sense because long before those children were taken, their parents were already considered unpersoned by the state in order for that to have happened.
Sort of, yeah. That's again like this is really where the strength of the language of indigenous sovereignty lies, because if the if the Canadian state was trying to act as an actual conquering force, where it's like, hey, look, guys, I respect that uh, you want to like own your territory and have like your weird little rituals and whatnot, but we got the guns and we're taking it from you. Just how it is, like Isle of Milo stuff. That'd be that'd be one thing. That'd be clear cut. It'd be bad, be really bad, but there wouldn't be an argument there because it'd be like, well, if you want it back, you're just gonna have to get guns and take your chances. Otherwise,
Mm.
that's that.
As an
What else are you gonna
aside,
appeal to? Yes, sorry, go on.
as an aside, it is fun to read stories of indigenous people actually taking up arms and fighting back.
Oh yeah, there's it's a shame. It was through Professor Flower, so I'll probably never be able to get that name again. But there was one person
No.
who had a channel where he actually sort of detailed cases like this. It was really interesting.
Yeah.
Often those people are demonized
Yeah, I mean,
because
there's all sorts of stories like the Battle of Gate Pa in New Zealand, and there was an excellent documentary that was aired by the Special Broadcasting Services here in Australia called The Frontier Wars that uh, sort of shone some light on what actually happened, because the common usage of the word frontier wars uh, hasn't it didn't arrive until like very recently in the lexicon in Australia, just because it was always the presumption that the British rolled in, killed everyone, met no resistance, settled down,
Yeah.
but that really was not the case.
No, it was not. It wasn't always the case that it was like an actual war per se, but it was not just, oh, there's just nobody here.
Yeah,
They just popped up afterwards. We didn't know, guys.
very terra nullius
Yeah.
justifications there.
We didn't see the hobbit holes.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Well, they certainly didn't at Gate Par.
What were we talking about before? I want to wrap that up quickly because we have a couple of people waiting. I do want to talk to
Oh,
you
yeah.
again, though.
Yeah, no problems. So I was just sort of asking the question of with the Voice to Parliament coming.
Right. Yeah. So were they not depersoned already? Right. And so, like, the strength of this indigenous sovereignty language is that it reminds, or it should, except we're very unsophisticated on this, it reminds the liberal states that it's addressing, the Australian, Canadian, UK, whatever, of the principles that underwrite its own.
I'm wondering about the utility of the discussion at all, because we're going to have a vote on this, and so I don't know if anyone knows, but in 2017 we had a postal survey about gay marriage, and I think that was highly inappropriate in retrospect, because suddenly this thing that was about the right of a people to exist became a public discussion when it never should be. They should just be able to.
No, there should be an empowered body in government that is entrusted with the decision-making authority to determine when a group exists within its purview. So that when it identifies, for instance, oh, we've actually reasoned this out in terms of the law, and no, there's actually no legal reason to consider gay couples as being in any way.
Well, the problem is that now. The problem is that now gay people in Australia have to live every day knowing that 46 or something % of their fellow citizens voted against them.
I don't necessarily have an issue with that. What I have an issue with is them knowing that was up to a vote in the first place.
Yeah.
Having 46% of people being against them, and knowing as like an ironclad fact that it doesn't matter if 100% of them are against them. The law is that they have these rights. That's far more reassuring than having like mass approval. I guess it wouldn't be 100% because they're part of the population, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, different. I guess it's a bit of a different conversation when it's a referendum and it's necessary in order to append the Constitution.
Referendums are generally a farce of what democracy is. Democracy is not when you have oh golly gee, I get to decide on this particular thing right now. Nice. That's not what democracy is. Democracy is simply when the people as such is the ultimate source of rule. Like, for example, I mean the imposing of the referendum, that's the result of democracy, although like a very ideologically corrupt one, I would argue. Because you never make important decisions by reference to just the mass by itself. That's silly. But the referendum itself, that's not the demos ruling. That's just a plebiscite. That's literally just nothing but like a sociological raffle.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to take up too much more time, but
well, I'd love to talk about this extensively, but it's Christmas at this point already, and I'm sure people need to get to sleep, so I don't want to like keep the people waiting in the wings too long. But it's been a pleasure talking to you. You're Elzos. Do you have a channel or anything I can send people towards?
No.
Okay, well, no worries. By all means, come back on another time and let's keep talking about this, because this is
all right. This
is my jam. So take care.
All right. See you guys.
Have a good night. Merry Christmas, or whatever it is you celebrate. I shouldn't be presumptuous. Hello, Leo.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing. How about you?
I am extremely tired, but I am doing all right.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Oh, by the way, did you see the lists of guests in the
Oh, right, we're doing that. Okay, hang on. I'm being terribly irresponsible. Give me a second. I will find it. Let's see here.
You happen to get it right, just by chance, anyway.
Okay, I got it right. You're first. Okay, brilliant. So then it's Daedalus and
Okay,
Gabble
yeah,
Gab, and is anybody else waiting?
Yeah.
No, we'll just do those two, and then we'll be done. What's in your mind, Leo?
All right. Okay, so these are somewhat unrelated to the last conversation, so excuse that. So I was wondering, have you read much moral philosophy, or like what you would call moral philosophy?
Moral philosophy or more philosophy? You mean
moral philosophy?
Moral philosophy. I've read a little bit. A little bit. I've read, and I mean, depends on what you want to count. Like, I'm not necessarily sure I would count Aristotle as a moral philosopher per se.
Oh, I would. I mean, I wouldn't say that he's like if you like, he's not exclusively a moral philosopher, but he absolutely is a moral philosopher. Yeah.
The distinction that I would put there is, I think when people talk about moral philosophy, they generally have in mind sort of universal. Fuck, what's that term? It's on the tip of my tongue. I lost it. My credibility is
said universal, so that the term universal conjures to mind the term categorical.
Thank you. That's it. Exactly. That's it.
Okay.
Sort of like universal imperatives or whatever. They're thinking of like the mode of talking about morals as something which you like as something operating as a chain of causality that's apart from, like, you know, material interests or whatever. It's like, this is the thing you ought to do despite all the stuff that you want to do or need to do, things like that. Whereas with Aristotle, that's not really what he's talking about. You can sort of derive that from Aristotle, but what Aristotle's talking about in his ethics and in his politics is primarily what needs to be in place to sort of grow, almost like in a garden, to foster human beings that are virtuous, in order to create a city that's virtuous and things like that. And the virtues have like a specific practical value to them. They allow for the flourishing, the survivability of the community as a whole, or the maximizing of its goods, taken in almost a very animal sense. This is why he separates, or this is why he doesn't make his ideal city like a philosopher king's city, because that doesn't maximize the good for the community. That's like a godlike good, he characterizes it as, for the individual. But yeah.
Well, when I'm at moral philosophy, I mean, I apply that to like a much broader thing than what you were talking about. I was thinking about, like, I mean, would you use ethics as a in a different way than you'd use the term moral philosophy?
I don't think they should be used differently in all cases necessarily. I think it only really makes sense relatively late in our philosophical history, because again, like, morality and ethics originally refer to the same thing. They're referring to like customs and
but
things
would you say? But surely you'd say that Aristotle wrote about ethics, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, and so doesn't that make him an ethicist, so to speak?
Sure, but if you want to be really technical about it, around the time Aristotle would have been writing, or shortly after, when we talk about morals, we're talking about the same thing that Aristotle is talking about in the ethics. So we only start talking about like people who are advocating like systems from which you can derive oughts, or systems of oughts, much later on. Like that's a post-Enlightenment thing. Or I guess it's an Enlightenment thing, not a post-Enlightenment thing.
Well, I suppose if you mean like the frame of reference of trying to establish like distinct ethical systems, or if you're saying that's particularly modern, if that, like, relative to say
not even just the systems itself, it's just the emphasis on, again, like it is bad that you are lie, right? You must not lie. You, Leo, you can't lie. You shouldn't lie.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, where's the actual force
mean,
of that? I mean, you can obviously benefit from lying. Your community can sometimes benefit from you lying. There are a whole host of good things that come from you lying. When I say you shouldn't lie, what I'm saying is there is something written in some layer of reality that sort of rates you differently if you lie. Yeah. That's new. That's new.
I mean, that conception is new, I suppose. Yeah, the notion of something. Okay, I see what you're saying. That. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but I mean, when I'm talking about moral philosophy, I just mean like literally like anything that's dealing with the ought, like anything that's prescribing something.
Yeah.
In a sense,
but there isn't crucially, like, sorry to cut you off one more time. Like, if you go back to Aristotle, there isn't really a not baked in there. There's things that like we associate with oughts, like there's like political science, for example, is the science of the human good. There's an association between the flourishing community and the best that human beings can be. There's no ought there, though. We don't have to. We are not under any pressure to be the best we can be. It's more
entirely descriptive project.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, it's not entirely descriptive. It's just the prescriptions that you'd get from it. They aren't motivated by like imperatives. These are questions ultimately of taste, right? So the thing that you achieve through virtue is more impressive and more worthwhile, but you don't have to. In fact, they even require like a certain bedrock foundation of people who don't achieve those things in order to make them function.
Oh, wait. Is that true? Why is that?
Because you need people to make the shoes and pave the roads and do the dirty work. You can't have everybody being like the rich, wealthy Eudaimons, right?
Well, from their position, that's what they would have believed, yes.
Well, that's what Aristotle believed.
I mean,
and moreover, you have people who are born as natural slaves for Aristotle. So, I mean,
I just mean, like, in their time, like, you know, their conception is based on, like, the conditions where, like, the philosophers have this leisure time, and then people who are making the roads and the shoes, as you said, don't.
Or
and
women.
So they're not participating in philosophy. Yeah, and they're not participating in virtue. But that's... I mean, that's just...
Well, not even philosophy. Like, philosophy is right out. We're talking about, like, they have the leisure time to think and know things and discuss and leave their farms to go to the assembly.
To develop themselves.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then... well, in any case, moving on from that. Do you, like... have you read the entirety of... Pragmatism is anti-authoritarianism?
No.
Oh, you haven't? How much of it? What parts have you read?
Let me find out. I'm actually curious myself. It's been a little while.
I'm currently I'm working through it. I'm like I've skipped ahead quite a lot at different bits, but I'm like going back over the parts that I skipped now. But like I'm past chapter 7, and there's 10 chapters. So I'm 7/10 of the way.
Judging by my notes, I'm about halfway through, so I'm in the weeds in wait, did I get to I did get to Universality and Truth. No, I did. Oh, yeah, I got farther than I thought. Yeah, so I'm about halfway through.
Universality and Truth is that's I thought that was in chapter 1. That's a subsection of chapter 1, isn't it? Oh wait, no, that's chapter 3, isn't it? You're talking about chapter 3.
Universality and Truth is chapter 3, yeah. It's chapter 3 and 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, chapter 3 and 4, yeah. Right,
yeah, so it's just a little short of halfway through.
Okay. Oh, I guess you're thinking halfway through maybe in terms of the physical book.
Yes.
I guess that probably is actually...
No, I know they're collections of essays, but I'm a dork. I try to beat them.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, that's fine. Do you identify as a moral anti-realist?
Depends.
It depends?
It depends. If you mean, do I think that morality or moral oughts are sort of unconditioned by like accident, yeah, I'm a moral anti-realist.
No.
Or sorry. Okay. What do you mean? Why don't you tell me that, and we'll
No. You know what? Go on with what you were saying. No, I'm sorry.
I don't want to though. I don't want to though. I hate it when
Okay.
douchebags in philosophy do this, because it's like,
Yeah.
oh, you're not using that term the way we use it. I'm a political science. Sure.
No. I think
or political scientist, not science.
Well, yeah.
I will be a political science someday, but not yet.
Sure. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, I might have already asked you this,
Mhm.
and also this is like moving away from the exact topic I just brought up. But how do you distinguish between political theory and political science?
Political theory is just theorizing about politics as a topic. Political science, that assumes to a certain extent that you can have like specific knowledge of politics, and that's not clear to me. There's too much there's too much that's kind of, I guess, metaphysically fixed about that. Whereas, as far as I'm concerned, the political is an entirely accidental category that needn't be.
Entirely accidental category.
Entirely accidental. I mean, it's
Do you
entirely
mean
down.
that it's entirely outside of our control?
No, I mean it's non-essential. We didn't need to sort of evolve culturally to have it. And in fact, most places in the world didn't. It was only because of the hegemony of specific groups historically that it became sort of universalized. Now, stuff that gets sort of packaged into there, that's pretty hard to avoid. So, like, for example, relationships that emerge between groups that are like coveting the same resources, or who hate each other for whatever reason. Like, you're gonna have like a lot that's packed into the political sort of emerge there, anyways, of necessity, because the political involves at its core just relationships determined by war. But like politics is an entire specific field of activity. There's nothing essential about that. Why do we even talk about it, except for the fact that people have
So wait,
yeah.
what you were saying that because the political is entirely an accidental category, it can't have a science, or a science can't study it, or something like that?
No, I just don't like the term as much, especially since like what is treated as political science in the academy is it often acts in that way. So I think in particular, most schools of international relations theory, most schools of comparative politics, things like that. My where I would most levy that critique that I just made is at political philosophy, because political philosophy tends to have baked in notions of like the human good or whatever. I don't like that at all.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. But I think political science falls into that as well. I think again, it's this notion of there being like it's a science, right? So there's you're finding out things, you're analyzing a thing that exists in the world, you're contributing to a sort of canon of knowledge in some sense, and that notion that we have like these firm building blocks from which to sort of like go up and up and up and up, and we're not just like sort of critically talking about like human practices and discourses and stuff like that, which I think is what political theory is what we call political theory, I think, is generally more concerned with. And a lot of this is arbitrary, because this is going to be different depending on who you talk to, but I like my categorization scheme, so I think that's a bit more
I understand.
Yeah.
It's totally fine to present your
like a lot of people, like some people will talk about like I don't know, some people talk about like Carl Schmitt as being a political scientist, or as being a political theorist, or even as being a political philosopher. They're wrong if they say political philosopher. People will do that. Or hell, like an international relations theorist. What's the difference? What's an international relations theorist? That's presuming a whole bunch of things that would presumably be subsumed under like political science, or maybe political philosophy, or whatever. Like it's
so. I mean, in terms of what I think of as like, I mean, if you don't mind me giving my take on it.
Go for it. Yeah, please.
Okay. Well, I mean, so this is like, I don't know, maybe this is like a really flawed view or something, and I just like don't see the flaw in it. But like I sort of view science as a matter of like what enhances our control and our predictive power. And so in the case of like IR, I agree that it's not really scientific. I don't really consider it much of a science because of the fact that it clearly isn't giving us predictive power or predictive potential. Like obviously it's making us make theories and predictions, but that doesn't mean those predictions are accurate, is what I'm saying, of course. So it's about the predictions being accurate, not just like having the potential to make predictions or something like that. The predictions has to be accurate, and it has to enhance sort of our control in social matters. So it's like I would expect that we're acting on the basis of some theory. This is like somewhat of a test for the theory, and this also demonstrates like its scientificness and accuracy to a certain extent. I mean, I suppose I still think a theory is sort of like scientific, even if it's false, as long as it can be sort of tested like that. But it also, the degree to which it's like scientifically accurate is a matter of the degree to which it enhances our control and gives us predictive power.
Maybe, but like gives us predictive power. Yeah, but what gives us predictive power can also just be the fact of there being a I guess an ideological.
Well, I should specify more. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's one more thing I should say.
Sure.
Science in particular is like the most reliable predictive powers that we have. So what we call scientific is basically just a word to emphasize how reliable it is as like a form of knowledge for our purposes.
Yeah, but the problem is that other things can give you reliability than, for example, any virtue of a method that you're deploying, right? So, for instance...
Give me an example, sorry, yeah.
Well, international relations theory, right? International relations theory is conceptually fraught in an extreme way. However, if it's taken up by enough people, which it is, so that it has a lot of influence on how people actually govern, well, all of a sudden, these imaginary units take on...
Self-fulfilling prophecy.
Well, they take on, not necessarily, because it still tends to like turn awry downstream, but in the short term, now all of these sort of imagined units with all these imagined properties, they now start to assert themselves in the reasoning processes of world leaders and people who are making important decisions, and now they seem really real for a little bit of time, and they actually gain predictive value as a result. One rather alarming.
But in that case,
yeah.
But in that case, it's not an intrinsic quality of what the theory is predicting that is enhancing the predictive power, or like.
But how do you determine? Sure, fair enough. But I mean, and certainly like in certain cases,
I'm just thinking it's like in the precise sense in which it's theory scientific, in the precise sense in which a theory makes predictions. The way in which it's doing that and it actually is accurate is not the way in which something is scientifically reliable.
I agree with calling something a science if it yields a body of knowledge that can be built upon that is productive of new discoveries, right? So I'm very much on board. I'm very much on board with I think that's more or less Wordy's take. I'm pretty sure that's Hacking's take as well on what a science is. Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that we can achieve a high degree of reliability in methods that we might apply to moral deliberation in practice in our like personal and like political lives?
Say that one more time.
Okay, do you believe it's possible that we could achieve sort of like a reliable morality, one that's almost scientific, so to speak?
What does it mean for morality to be reliable?
It would mean that it produces moral judgments that are, I guess, going to like not get contradicted. Yeah, I guess that's how I'd say it. I don't know.
What do you mean by how is a moral judgment contradicted? Like moral judgments can lead us to our own deaths, right?
Yeah.
So what does that mean for a moral judgment to be contradicted?
Well, it's like, let me think about it. I guess a moral judgment is about sort of the quality of like an act or an event, but primarily like an act. And in order for it to be contradicted, the moral judgment is a matter of like the quality of the consequences of an act. And in order for it to be contradicted, I suppose you would have to find out that the act did not produce consequences that were being aimed for or were like valued. So if you like judge an act is morally valuable, you're judging that it has morally valuable consequences.
Okay, so when Kant talks about maxims, not terminating contradiction. I mean, I'm not using Kantian language here. I'm except for the maxim part. I'm butchering this because I'm going to use the "I'm a political science" card ad nauseum. What he's talking about isn't that it leads to a practical problem in the real world. What he's talking about is because the level, this is the level at which Kant and Hegel onwards are talking about when they talk about contradictions. Is your maxim such that it only makes sense from your vantage now, right? So, must you yeah, go on.
In the case of the categorical imperative, like, I mean, you're talking about like, a golden rule type principle, like
no. Not exactly. What I'm saying is that for Kant, the moral qua the moral, like the moral in itself, is that which you ought to do completely unconditioned by anything in particular. This is why he goes as far as to talk about like it can't even be to be truly like the moral. It can't even have to do with anything specifically human. Because as soon as you get to that level of particularity, you're not talking about something that isn't just this happens to be good for this to this end. Yeah.
I mean, I don't share his theory of morality though. Like when I think of a moral judgment, I believe that a moral judgment can be contingent and it can be wrong, and it can be conditioned.
Sure, but Sure, but like my question then though is that if we lose that frame, on what plane does that quality sort of reside that you're judging by making a moral judgment? Like, where is that? Yeah. Like, where is it? See, for Kant, it's like it's out there somewhere. It's like God almost, right? It's just, don't know.
Right.
If you're saying like, oh well, like we can actually judge the quality of a thing as being moral, not at some level. Well, where?
Well, I mean, if like just to give like a basic ass sort of moral anti-realist answer, it would just be like our sentiments. Like we experience moral valence in the form of emotions, and these emotions are not just.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. My brain fizzled out for a second. Start from the beginning. My apologies. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. No worries. Okay, so to sort of give like a really basic ass like moral anti-realist answer, I guess. The moral quality is sort of just a matter of sentiment, but the sentiment is sort of like it's connected to consequences and intellectual things. It's not just like totally irrational or that's a weird way to put it. It's not like it's connected to like actual beliefs and propositions and things like that. But we experience moral valence sort of just as like emotion. So if you're asking like what's the value quality, I guess, in like a judgment, it's sort of just like I'm sort of just saying it's like maybe it's just our sentiments. But these sentiments have like logical structure to them, and or like they're connected to propositions with like logical relations to each other. So you can have contradictory moral sentiments within you, and in fact we all often do, and we have to resolve them, and it's like a major problem for us. We have like contradictory sentiments all the time in different situations that are moral, and So my point sort of is just that there's a degree of objectivity in morals, even if the moral quality itself boils down to a sentiment. The sentiment has sort of like it has tendencies and like consistencies across it, and it can be like aligned. Like different moral sentiments can be aligned or disaligned.
I follow you. I guess my question then would be though is why are we bothering to talk about morality at all? Why not just talk about sentiments?
Well, because I think morality is sort of getting it's sort of acknowledging the fact that there is this degree of objectivity to the realm of sentiments, in the sense of that like they're not just it's not just like we're like senselessly reacting to things.
Well,
like,
they
like
can't.
all this.
I mean, objectivity in what sense? What do you mean by that? What is the word objectivity in particular adding to this?
I believe it's a matter of sort of connecting consequences to, like. Sorry, hold on. Let me think about this. Yeah, I mean, objectivity is sort of a matter of studyable consequences, I guess. Like intersubjectivity, it's something that is shared between different people, and or that like multiple people can communicate about. I guess I should say. And the sort of mutual experience. Morals are mutually experienced. It's pretty obvious. Like we have very similar moral sentiments in certain cases between different people. I'm not saying that there's like a universal thing that applies across all people in all cases necessarily, but I do think that there's like a massive amount of generality in different cases across different cultures, and that this generality also allows us to make like pretty reliable or like strong prescriptive arguments.
So I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying per se, but framing it as an approach to morality as if we're talking about this as of a kind with, for example, something that people following from Kant are talking about. That seems to me, from my layman's vantage point, to possibly be a little bit confused, because it seems like what you're talking about really...
Well, first of all, I think the calling this morality, I think, is closer to like the colloquial understanding of morality, or like the way most people would explain morality to you if you were to ask them about it in like this like philosophical way about like are they morally realists, for the first time.
I guess, but
like, oh yeah, just
bluntly, most people are shit at talking about this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
yeah.
No, sure. I'm just saying, like you were,
and I include myself in that. So.
Oh, sure. No, I'm just saying you were talking about.
Thanks for agreeing with me.
Just saying. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to agree with that part about you. Yeah, it's not true. You're an absolute genius. I promise you. Okay.
Say it 3 more times and I'll believe you. Sorry, go on.
Okay. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. I don't think I'm gonna say that. It's okay. Okay. Let's see. Was there any other questions I wanted to ask?
I wasn't done pursuing that.
Okay, I think I'm satisfied, and I don't want to keep the other guests waiting. Okay.
All right. Well, can we continue this later? Because I am interested.
Oh well, do you mean like tonight? Like I'd be available for tonight.
We can keep on talking if you want. I give the other person more time than you've had so far.
No, I meant Daedalus.
Yeah, it's okay. If it would make you feel better, we can bring Daedalus in while we're talking.
I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
No, I'm saying you don't need to hurry out. Like I've said, I'm taking in calls, but I don't guarantee that I'm going to get to everybody quickly.
I understand. Okay. Yeah. No, sure. I didn't know how long you intended to stream for, so I wasn't sure if I was like cutting into like
till whenever. Till whenever. I don't have a bedtime. I'm a big boy.
Yeah, I get you. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Anyway, earlier I asked you. Oh, actually, sorry. You were asking me a question about why bring up objectivity and morals, and I believe I answered you. Do you remember? Like, what was your response to that?
I think you were saying something to the effect of there is still like a kind of there's a emergent concrete fact of the matter about how these things sort of play out in reality and between between people such that you get something sort of objectively measurable in what we call moral
Also,
judgments.
not only that,
Yeah.
not only that, but I'd also just point out, like, I mean, obviously morality is like a part of our life, and it's like you can't exactly just ignore that, like, it's there. So like even if you sort of call it all like emotions, it just seems sort of like like you can't. It's not like you can live life independently of like moral conscience.
Well,
like, you can
slow down, cowboy. Like what we're there's stuff that we colloquially pack into the term morality that implicates a bunch of stuff that is constantly present in everyday life or in human life generally.
Right.
But that in itself doesn't valorize the term and that lumping together of those things. So it may be the case that, yeah, sort of like politics, right? Like it includes a bunch of stuff that's sort of inevitable and just a part of the human experience. But that doesn't mean that the category itself as such we need to take on board.
Sure. No, I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's just because like I've sort of come to cultivate a particular conception of morality in my head that is simultaneously like quite broad and general, and yet excludes certain things that you might include, and includes probably a lot of things that you would exclude based off what I've heard from you tonight.
I would almost prefer, because like I think what you're doing has merit. I think what's being confused is that you're relying too much on colloquial uses of some of these terms when like when we're talking about like moral philosophy generally, whether or not it's colloquial, that really depends on who you're talking to. And B, it just doesn't seem to me like you actually...
like Christians wouldn't say that morality is just emotion or sentiment. Or at least I wouldn't expect them to. I was just saying, you were saying it depends on who you're talking to, and that's obviously true in the case. Like colloquially speaking, if you were in a Christian community, I'd expect that Christians would be like, no, morality is from God, or like from these objective things, from whatever God said, or something like that. So, go ahead.
Maybe. I mean, like, I have to think about that a little bit. Like that's
okay.
Yeah, I'm not actually 100%
I wasn't even trying to pose it as like a question. It was just meant to be like an example supporting what you were saying, just to like show that I got it. But maybe I don't get it. I don't know.
I'm sorry to do that. No, but like typically, as I've experienced it, at least, how morality coming from God is typically discussed is God is sort of just sitting there as a justification for why you would have to take sort of moral ought seriously. And what it ultimately boils down to is like a bunch of carrots and sticks. And there will be some sort of reference to like,
who created the moral oughts? Right?
Well, it's not even... Well, they wouldn't even necessarily say that God created moral oughts. What a lot of them will fall back on is the moral oughts are in fact reflections of God's character. And so, like, you can collapse the moral with the godlike by themselves. William Lane Craig had this really stupid retort to people who are like, are the laws good because the gods make them, or the opposite?
For a question.
Yeah, and he would say, no. What is the actual phrasing? He said something effective like, "No, God sets these laws because He is good." You completely missed the point of the question, but whatever. Like the question is what does good mean? It's not. Thank you. Thanks, Craig. Like, anyways, I think that maybe like the language of morality is sort of needless and committing you to problems that you don't necessarily need to address yourself to. I would start sort of from the ground up and work out like what is it in particular that you're addressing with this.
Right.
And then if that impinges on morality,
yeah. So a part of what I'm suggesting when I say morality is it is sort of like it's an intelligent perspective on how we ought to approach it's an intelligent, I guess, like treatment of the question of how we ought to approach living life, basically. And the the significance of calling it morality is that it does involve like sort of methodology and systematic justifications and like arguments and things like that. I think about it in terms of like principles and things like that. Like it's not just.
But
like,
I mean,
the
that's not just morality though. There are a few things that operate like that. Like science, for example.
Well, I
operates
mean, I was
to a
just going to
certain
say.
extent, yeah.
Well, sure. I mean, I would call like the idea is to make a moral science, or like that's sort of my goal. I mean, not to say like I'm inventing something new or anything like that. I just mean like that's
Okay.
like,
Well, I would
believe that
distinguish between a science of morals and a morality. So when you say morality, we typically are talking about a system.
Yeah.
Hey
So I
Google,
think
nobody
of
asked
the
you a
science of
thing.
morals.
Be quiet. Sorry.
Well, actually, I see what you're saying. The thing about the science of morals is that, the purpose of morals and the function of morals it's fundamentally practical, right? So the idea of having a science of morals that's disconnected.
Not necessarily, though. That's the problem. Because if your oughts are supposed to be as approximating to the unconditioned as possible, which some of them are, like for example, if you're well, some of them are though, right? Or at least they aspire to be. So for example, like divine command theory, that's pretty close. It's getting there. It's not there, but it's
I
getting
see what
there.
you're saying. Yeah, that's not moral science. I see what you're saying. That is a form of morality. That is not.
That's the assertion of a system, right?
That's the assertion of like the divine. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
What you're talking about sounds like a science. It sounds actually very close to what Hegel was doing.
Oh, really? Huh. Well, I mean, this is drawn from Dewey, and Dewey obviously was.
Well, Dewey's a Hegelian, so there you go.
Exactly. That's what I was about to say. Yeah. That makes sense. I really want to read Hegel. I just haven't got into him because it's just fucking.
I have read Hegel, and I haven't gone into him either. It's brutal.
Have you read The Science of Logic? Because you recommended that we read.
No, God no. I've been told by people who are in a position to know that you ought to read The Science of Logic first. I've read
Gregory Sadler recommended other books. Actually, Gregory Sadler recommended for the introductory books for Hegel before you read anything else. To have like the best sort of like to have an easier time understanding him, you read his lectures on the philosophy of history and the lectures on the history of philosophy.
Yeah, see, that's the complete reverse for a lot of people. Sadler's a little bit eccentric that way, at least judging from what I have surveyed as like the approaches to reading Hegel that are sort of popular. I've heard the opposite. People argue like read The Science of Logic first and only go to the history afterwards because that's actually the hardest thing. It just seems like the easiest because it's not dealing with. Yeah. What I've read.
I'll probably read those two things first, and then I'll read the first chapter of The Science of Logic, and then I might try the phenomenology, and then I might return to The Science of Logic.
For what you're talking about here, might I actually recommend The Elements of the Philosophy of Right?
Oh, sure. I should read that as well. Yeah. I mean, that's dealing a lot with his moral philosophy, right? Like that's
his moral and political philosophy, and moreover, a large part of it is a condensation of a lot of his previous work. This is the last book he wrote before he died.
Okay.
And it's much more. It's both much more readable and I think much more robust than a lot of his other earlier things. And he retreads the same ground a lot. Like he writes really big books that do a lot of the same stuff. There's a whole lot of, like if you even just go through the table of contents of like the phenomenology of spirit and the philosophy of right, and it's a very similar map.
Yeah. Dewey kind of does something similar to that.
I haven't read any Dewey. I need to do that at some point.
Oh my god, yeah, you do. Did you read the entire The Essential Pierce book?
God no, I've read a lot of it.
Okay,
I've read like 70% of it.
I found him to be like almost harder to read than Hegel.
He is violently dense.
Yeah.
He's very eloquent and he's very clear. Pragmatist philosophers. Pragmatist philosophers.
His writing style.
Yeah. American pragmatists are like remarkably clear, which is probably because they're writing in like the English style I've grown up with. But
you won't say that about Dewey, I don't think. But
I haven't read Dewey. So
Dewey can
maybe
be pretty clear, but
Dewey's also a reader of Hegel, so of course he's going to be like a little shit that way.
Dewey's like the driest of all of them, though. Like by almost by far. Like he uses incredibly technical language, or like the terminology he uses is always very like scientific, like organism and shit like that. You know, instead of like.
Just very quickly, I'm going to answer chat quickly.
Okay.
Mike Gribanov asks, "What's the best book for modern lib political philosophy?" I would not take her as an authority, but I would absolutely use her as like one of the strongest representatives of a robust liberal political philosophy. Hannah Arendt, The Human Condition in particular, very worth looking at, especially if you want to get like a fairly strong but deeply problematic analysis of the history of political philosophy generally. I would also, don't if you hate yourself enough, try Rawls. If you want like sort of an external, he's the most boring fucking writer on the face of the earth. Also, the Theory of Justice needed to be like half the size, which is why he rewrote it and did that.
Oh yeah.
I would also recommend Wendy Brown if you want like really good critical survey work. Like it's not survey work, but it has surveys in it. Wendy Brown's books on neoliberalism are fantastic.
Why haven't you brought McManus on recently?
I haven't had occasion to. I've been neck deep in work generally. Also, I like McManus, lovely person, but scheduling him is a fucking nightmare. Because this is what'll happen. This is what'll happen. It'll be like, hey, are you free to come on and talk on this day? Okay, cool, awesome. All right, see you then. Day comes up. I got 30 minutes. Really?
Oh shit, that's. Oh god, I didn't realize it was like that.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, it's like hey, yeah, I got about 30 minutes to talk. It's like, oh. Okay.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I guess let's see where we get in 30 minutes then. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess he could sort of prepare you ahead of time for like how little time you might have, because I mean it's like it's not crazy that he might just be that busy. But,
I'm competing with his dinner most days. Okay, he has time.
Okay.
He respects his time more than I respect my time.
No, you just want him to go hungry just so you can talk to him. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. I want him to be on the back foot.
Okay.
I want him to have like a pit in his stomach so I can like yeah.
You can grease his mind, or you can search his mind for all the secrets and shit.
Sure. Let's pull in Daedalus. I don't want to keep him waiting.
Okay,
I'm going to leave you here though, but I'll pull Daedalus in to join us. Sound good?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. By the way, if anybody wants to chat tonight, I'll be up for a little bit. So, just come into the server and go into the stream guests channel. Where on earth did Discord go? There it is. Welcome, Daedalus.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How are you?
Excellent. First of all, Leo, I have a book for you. You'll enjoy it quite a lot.
Oh, sure.
It's called
Sure, go ahead.
And a Platypus Walk into a Bar.
What's the first word?
Plato and a platypus walk into a bar.
Okay.
What's it about?
Well, it's mostly a joke book, but they explain philosophical concepts at the same time. It's great.
Cool. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Oh, sleepy. How's your holidays going?
Not bad. We do our big thing on Christmas Eve, and then we have a dinner Christmas Day. So I have to get up in a couple hours and make vegetables.
I think I like that. Oh shoot, I have to make vegetables too, don't I? Damn. I've grown to hate the whole present convention. I think it's one of the most cruel inventions that we have. Especially like after a pandemic, we have a massive amount of families that are struggling financially, and they are being made to feel like terrible parents if they don't blow a tremendous amount of money on frivolous, needless stuff. Like it's kind of insane. I think it's one of the worst. And like you notice this when you become an adult. It's like, oh, especially if you have a big family, which I do. It's like you stop going from being, ooh, we're really excited for all of like the cool like things we're gonna like da 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 da. And there's some people like talk about this bullshit about like, oh, it's the joy of giving or whatever. But then you realize, wait a minute, this is the yearly annual money exchange where we all just throw cash at retail outlets that we can't afford to spend
Prop up
for
Walmart stock price.
Jesus. Like what's the logic here? It's actually insane. So like
I
what
had a priest when I was still a Catholic who tried to explain it as it honors the three wise men.
why are we honoring the three wise men?
I haven't the foggiest idea.
Okay.
Catholic school is a riot. No, but what we do is, do a
That's
potluck,
funny.
and that way it doesn't fall on any one person to do the entire meal. On the flip side, if you're only doing one dish, you got to go all out. So I got to start cooking bacon tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm responsible for yams. By the way, the best way to do yams, or sweet potatoes or whatever. I think they're sweet potatoes I have. Boil them obviously till they're very soft. Spread them out in a pan. Before you spread them out in a pan, mix in like some finely chopped pecans or walnuts, but I recommend pecans. Maybe sprinkle with a dusting of brown sugar, and then you spread it out in a pan, and then you arrange marshmallows on top of it, row to row, and then you put it in the oven, and you what's that thing called at the top? You broil them for like a couple minutes until they're all sort of toasted, and what you get afterwards is just sublime.
Yeah, we don't do potatoes because 2 people in the household have heart issues, myself included, and potatoes are high potassium.
These are yams that are very much worth dying for. You want these to be the last thing you taste before you go.
Well, I will consider that later, maybe. But yeah, Christmas has been okay so far. Got a bunch of stuff for my dog.
Nice. Lucky dog. I had a friend who found an adorable husky in their yard earlier today. Spent all evening trying to get it rescued.
Yeah, that would have been rough. You guys are in the middle of the winter storm, right?
Actually, it's been really weird today. So the last couple of days, it's been so cold. We've had like snow up to our thighs, and the air has been so cold it burns your face off while you're outside. It's actually hard to be outdoors. It was intense. Today, snow's still there, melting rapidly. It's like the ambient temperature is 10 degrees. There's a warm wind. Like not warm for winter, like warm. Like what you'd expect to come from a heater. It's bizarre. It's really unsettling actually. I was outside earlier grabbing like some last minute like essentials, and there was like a gust of like hot summer air. We're surrounded by snow, piles of it. And it's just it's really strange.
Kind of what it's like here, actually.
Where are you?
I'm in Colorado, but we had the storm first because it came off the Rocky Mountains. So I had 2 days of -17, -10 degree weather. And I'm originally from Chicago, and Chicago is a wonderful city, but a horrible climate. So -17 weather was fine because there was no wind. And then today it was 30 degrees.
Hey, Ria, Lydia, and Karasu in the chat. Just cool it off, will you? Play nice. Yeah, it's been crazy. We historically, for as long as I can remember being here, we've had maybe a dusting of snow, maybe once, maybe twice in the winter here, typically in January. Most of our Christmases are green. Um, we've had multiple snowfalls now, and they've been intense. So bizarre. Like, it was to the point where we would like wish for snow, because it's like, ooh, this is a novelty. This is really cool. We never get snow. Maybe we'll get a day off school. You know?
They don't do those anymore. School day, snow days for school, because they have everyone set up for online learning. They now have teachers teaching from home in their pajamas. It's the wildest thing.
Which is good. I'm glad they do.
Yeah,
I agree.
my roommate is a teacher though, so it is one of those things. Like this week, actually, because the snowstorm started on Thursday, uh, they just had everyone do online school on Thursday. So you spend the early morning creeping through the house so you don't make noise and students hear you.
Yeah, and that's why the American education and the Canadian education system sucks. They aren't paying their bloody teachers. They're stuck rooming.
Well, we are kind of in a neighborhood that would be beyond our price point either without that.
Yeah, but I personally wouldn't. Look, I've got very cynical, but I've got some rules here. You make sure that the people who are taking care of your children and who are taking care of your kitchen and your toothbrush are well paid and comfortable. When I worked as a house cleaner, briefly, that's the one thing that was constantly in my mind. It's like, I'm making pretty good money for someone who's doing this, but it's not great money. And if I'm bitter and I don't have like a whole bunch of the things that are specific quirks of my personality that make me like care about this, I can see people cutting corners in ways that I would be horrified if it was happening with stuff that I'm like using to eat out of and
same
put my
goes
mouth
for same goes for retail where I work. Because I work at a grocery store, and like the way people treat food.
That's how you know you're a real philosopher.
Yeah, exactly.
If you work retail?
Exactly. Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
I used to work in a call center doing customer service for a utility company.
I couldn't do that. Like, here's the thing.
It was a job that was absolutely killing me.
Oh, yeah, because it's like, you can make more money, but you are clawing your way up to it. It's painful. I've done, like, low-end sales jobs are just, or anything of that sort. Because it's not, here's the one merit of retail. It's humiliating and demeaning and you're underpaid. But you can be mostly passive. It's not very intense generally. Or if it is intense, it's mindless enough where your brain and your body aren't both being exhausted.
Actually, I worked as a retail parts manager for a car parts store for a while. And it was one of the most fun jobs I ever had. Just the people around it. It was a good time.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have some good memories like doing stuff with coworkers, and that was fine. Restaurants can be a little bit similar, but much more intense.
Restaurants are high intensity work all the time. I worked in one of those too. But yeah, so my original reason for calling in tonight, after you started that first discussion about genocide, was I am doing a history podcast, and in January we're going to be talking about the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide as the topic.
I should shoot you some documents.
Yeah, that was actually what I was going to ask, if you have some documents that you'd recommend, because the historian I work with, I'm a military historian, and he studies the Holocaust, specifically in Ukraine. So he is kind of grounded in this topic, and I am catching up. So I was wondering if you had any documents you wanted to send over.
I do, as a matter of fact. Without getting too much into it, you might have noticed we haven't responded to Loanerbox.
Oh, well, I'm not sure that's a worthwhile adventure.
I'm not sure either, but we definitely could, is what I'll say there.
Yeah, I have been spending an awful lot of time watching, because I didn't do much of watching all these people before, like Destiny Vosh and all these people, and there's a whole lot of...
He's so disappointing. Here's the part that kills me, right? and we have documentary proof of this. When we were preparing for the conversation with Loner Box about the transgenocide issue, we were very, very strongly in agreement that we respected this person's intelligence and their character, and that we were not going to try to brute force them into a position they didn't believe in. We were just going to try to facilitate a conversation that would allow them to have a more productive relationship with the community that this concerns on this issue. That was it. He did us a massive favor, and he laid bare how erroneous our presumptions about his character were. Which is unfortunate because, like, again, my intention was to treat him as somebody who was well-intentioned and intelligent and who had a lot to offer. Turns out that's not so much the case.
You know, it keeps happening too. You keep doing these very public, and I think there's a value to it though, doing these very public preparations for these discussions, and then no discussion ever happens because the other guy runs off. But I still think there's value in doing the public preparation.
You know who didn't run off?
Do you think
that Portland is burning guy?
Preparation.
I did a couple days of prep for that one. He didn't run off.
Do you think the preparation is causing them to run Daedalus?
Maybe. It's a really weird.
Or are you just saying that's like incidental?
It might be incidental in the case of those, like Destiny and Lonerbox in particular, but it seems like it's a really weird ecosystem to operate in, is having these discussions with people, because there's almost an expectation that no one prepares at some point.
Which is interesting, isn't it?
It is. And
it's interesting that Lonerbox's complaint was that I prepared, and I prepared with help.
Yes.
That's strange. See, if I was going into a debate, like say academically, and Lonerbox has pretensions to being at least somewhat competent, right? I would expect that every single person who is taking part, they are getting tons of help from people who are very qualified. I would be expecting them to bring the very best that they can muster within the time period they have to prepare.
Well, and that's the entire thing. Like I kind of get at, and I've been talking about over on my channel, is there's specialties, and you work with other people in specialties. Like, because we're historians, history is huge. You can't be an expert on all of history. It's just not going to happen. There's just too much. You work with other people. You get help because you study one thing, someone else studies another, and that way you work together.
Yeah.
It would seem to me to be a basic expectation of, I've built this community, let me leverage these resources to make our arguments better. Would seem to be a basic expectation.
Yeah, again, like, the principal issue with the Lonerbox thing wasn't that he had the position that he had, because a lot of people have the position that he had. A lot of very intelligent people have the position that he had. I think it's ill-conceived, but I think it's not an insane position. I think it just comes from a general aloofness to, like, the implications of what's going on. The issue with Lonerbox is that he went out of his way to treat the issue very flippantly, and then very strongly seemed to be... It's difficult to imagine that this was non-deliberate, and he should have himself recognized how it was being received anyways. That he was trying to force the person he was talking to, in this case Poly People, who was awful for other reasons, into committing to unpalatable positions in order to sustain the thesis that there's a transgenocide going on. with the added thing of like, oh, this is very, very much in violation. If it's couched in any prescriptive language, very much in violation of Twitch's TOS. So you're also, by the way, forcing them to self-yeet their platform. It's just nasty conduct. That's the main issue. It's not the positionality. Like nobody here expects general easy uptake of the idea that there's a trans genocide on the grounds that even the worst of these proposed legislations goes through. For God's sake, like it's not even like massive consensus that trans people as a category are even valid. That's a highly contested thing. It's contested on spurious reasons, but it is a contested thing. So the expectation that there'd just be wide uptake of this is simply not there. The issue here is that once we're now talking about this seriously, and once everybody party to the conversation is, has the pretense of taking it seriously, well, begs some questions if then in practice you don't treat it that way, right?
Yeah. The other thing I think more generally about genocide is that it carries with it an expectation that you do something to stop it if you label something as a genocide.
Yeah,
there exists that expectation in international law, which is why you get the waffling from countries calling them like genocide or genocide-like actions, so they don't have to do anything.
Yeah, but Lonerbox doesn't have to do anything anyway, so why on earth he's being as slippery as the United States is when it comes to that issue is beyond me.
Yes.
Because Lonerbox, to my knowledge, is not actively committing a genocide. He doesn't have any conflict of interest there in terms of what he's doing. So it seems to me like it's just an ego thing. He finds some notions silly. He overestimates the value of his own intuitions, and if he finds himself on the back foot, well, guess we just need to beat those people down.
Or run away. Run away works too.
Well, he did put together a whole manifesto. Cringe as internet manifestos are. They still take effort to put together. I read through Lonerbox's manifesto. It was one of the most. It was disappointing. It was really disappointing. There was no development of his argument. It was extremely weak.
I really think the term manifesto gets overused in this space.
It also wasn't a manifesto, but leaving that aside, we'll just call it a manifesto because that's what people call these things now. Thanks, Stephen.
So they can ask what counts as a legitimate manifesto in your eyes? Because I've made a document and I'm considering calling it a manifesto, but I want to make sure that it passes your test of legitimacy.
I think generally it's not just it lays out a program for prospective future action or for an ongoing project or whatever. So it's saying these are this is what we stand for. This is the world as we see it. This is the problem as we see it. This is what we are going to do. This is who we are. That's a manifesto.
Someday you should make a channel manifesto for your channel.
I'm not entirely certain these documents, they don't put forth policy prescriptions. Like a manifesto has to be, this is what our course of action is going to be.
Well, it doesn't have to put forth policy prescriptions. It could, for example, be saying this is who we are going to be, and this is how we're going to comport ourselves as a movement or as a group, right? Like that's a manifesto.
Yeah, it's almost a declaration of intent, though, in a lot of cases, or it's supposed to be anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, what it's not is like here's me addressing my critics. That's not a manifesto. That's here's me addressing my critics.
It's an apologia or something.
It's something. Oh, by the time Destiny's 50, he's gonna have a Summa.
Well, what the hell is that? Oh, I see. Okay.
Well, I think he is far more Destiny in any case is far more interested in just having arguments with people about things than he is on actually advancing policy prescriptions. Yes, I know he did that whole thing where he flew into Georgia and canvassed for the late Senate race or the Senate runoff. But
Oh, but that takes nothing. That's a stunt.
not a particularly. That's not a particularly.
He's here. You want to understand what destiny is. Look at what Asmongold does, and just imagine he's more of a douchebag, and that's destiny. That's it. There's nothing there. That was the big realization for me when I was engaging with him. It's like, this isn't like a duplicitous political actor. He literally is just a professional gamer. Like, all this other stuff, that's accidental.
Yeah.
That's the stuff he does for fun. That stuff doesn't matter at all.
Right. Yeah.
He is just the entire thing that he does is he sits there, and there's the creature comfort of guy clicking on his keyboard, sort of having casual chats. That's it.
In any case, you could be argued like you could argue like maybe Georgia was like an attempt on his part to change his fundamental purpose, or like his professional purpose, from just being a streamer to being a political actor, but he neglected to understand that the things that he said in the past like would actually matter, and that like he was preemptively condemning a political career when he said those things. And his activities in Georgia show a lack of self-awareness on his part about what those comments meant at the time that he said them.
Oh, it's not a lack of self-awareness. Like he knows what the cost of saying these things is.
Well, no, I mean, he would not have gone to Georgia and canvass. He would not have gone to Georgia and canvass if he knew that it was going to end up in him being humiliated by the candidate turning on him and saying that he would not be able to.
No, but he understood. He's not stupid. He understood the concept of, hey, if I say something really racy on Twitch, people might distance themselves from me. Like, he understood that was a possibility.
Well, I'm not saying he had no understanding of that whatsoever. I'm just saying he clearly didn't seem to understand how it would conflict with whatever possible sentiment he has.
No. The thing with Destiny is a complete lack of vision. For him, success is literally just growing his sub count and increasing his wallet. He doesn't care if he actually does anything. That's the problem with Destiny. Is he has no actual.
Well, I mean,
ambition.
I agree that's his current condition.
No, I think that's always been the case, Georgia included. Georgia, like, look, if you're
I don't.
No, but look, if you're like, we're getting into real politics now. If what you think that is canvassing for a local politician, I'm sorry. Like, it's.
Well, I mean, just wondering. So I understand. I mean, why did you? I mean, didn't you bring on a canvasser for your stream? Right?
I did, yeah.
So let me know if you think that canvassing is a worthwhile activity to like get people to engage in.
I think it is, but that's a worthwhile activity for individuals to engage in. Destiny is almost no capacity to really swell those numbers, and canvassing is increasingly it's increasingly underpowered. Phone canvassing is basically dead. People block those calls.
Yeah.
Or they don't answer calls from numbers they don't recognize.
Yeah. Door to door, like.
Door to door is a really.
Well, I mean, in the case of Georgia, right? In the course of Georgia, he seemed to have quite a lot of people like fly out. Like, I don't know if it was. I don't know how. I mean, I don't know what substantial numbers counts as to you, but like it seemed like that those numbers weren't like.
If your subscriber base is over 600,000 people, it's more than 100.
Yeah. So
right.
More than 100 people, or sorry, to clarify, when you say it's more than 100, are you referring to what would be a significant amount for him to get out of his audience?
It's no, like if you're not making an actual dent in the end, and he wasn't,
yeah.
Then it's like, okay, so
you're saying
what?
It would take 100 people?
I don't know what the actual number was. I'm a little bit curious. Let me see if there's a record.
Well, I mean, how do you? I'm just asking, like, how do you know he wasn't making a dent? How do you know? I'm just asking. Sorry.
He did it for a day. Canvassing is an activity that you overtake in a period of time in an election. It's weeks or months in the case of the longer election.
Oh, I didn't realize it was only for a day. I didn't realize that. Okay.
The efficacy of or it might have been a day. It was like
the efficacy of canvassing is actually it's small.
I thought he did it. I thought he did it for a pretty long time, and it was like separated out.
No.
I
Pursuant to like prior to our conversation with the canvassing organizer, what we were looking at was studies on the efficacy of canvassing action, and typically their function is not really to sway like immediate elections. It builds relationships for an extended period of time, so it won't affect this election. The bare fact of canvassers may, and again, like this is fuzzy, appears to correlate with increased voter turnout farther down the line, but who knows if that's the cause? Like it's one of these things that's very difficult to measure.
Well, I mean, okay, okay, sure, maybe canvassing isn't effective. However, that doesn't mean that Destiny realized that or understood that. That doesn't mean that his attempt was like totally illegitimate. That doesn't mean his attempt was smart or.
I don't think his attempt was illegitimate. I didn't say that.
Well, I mean, in that case, I thought you were implying that.
No, I said he has a lack of. I said no. I said he has a lack of vision. I said for all of his growth, like his idea of like leveraging that to actually make a serious change is to do what like high school students do when they're looking for like non-work experience to put on their resume.
Okay. I totally agree with you that what he did was like unintelligent in terms of like the actual means and stuff that he had.
No. It's not unintelligent. It's unambitious. Like by itself, it's perfectly respectable.
That's those are synonymous things in my view in that respect. Like
okay, they shouldn't be in my opinion. But go on.
Intelligence and ambition don't really correlate necessarily.
Well, I mean, I sort of view being ambitious as like an inherent facet of what it is to be intelligent, because you can't really.
Elon Musk is ambitious.
I'm not saying that. Okay, so let me clarify. To be ambitious does not make you intelligent.
Okay, fair enough.
But to be intelligent means that you have some ambition. That's how I view it.
I don't think that's true. I think there are a lot of intelligent people who don't have a lot of ambition. There are people, for example, who are like massively talented, like systematic thinkers who are perfectly happy to just talk about Warhammer all day long. Like there's nothing intrinsic to ambition or intelligence that makes you ambitious.
I guess what I'm thinking about. Sorry, let me clarify even further.
And Destiny's intelligent, by the way. Destiny is like a very whatever else can be said about him. Like the computer in his head.
Let me clarify what I meant by ambition even more.
Yeah.
Okay. So by ambition, I don't just mean like you're doing something that's like, say, conventionally impressive by, say, like social standards. Like, say, like you were talking about World of Warcraft as if it was unambitious. And I mean, I guess
Warhammer. Do not conflate the two.
I'm sorry. I thought you said World of Warcraft. I'm so sorry. Yeah,
if you do that in certain environments, you might not make it out alive.
Yeah, I understand.
Which includes this one, by the way. Sorry, continue.
Thank you. I've been, my privilege has been checked. Okay. No, there was no privilege there. Okay. Fuck. Hold on. I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. That distracted me. What was I just talking about?
Ambition.
Oh, yes. So ambition. So when I'm thinking of ambition, I'm just sort of thinking like it's sort of the desire to push for excellency in whatever domain that you think is
here
like
we
a
go.
valuable thing.
Just sorry to cut you off there. So Tequila Sunset says, if you're talking about this recent canvassing, Destiny got around 300 people in Georgia. That's actually pretty good.
But 300 people for a month is good. 300 people for a time is just,
No. I'm not saying the overall effort like was like an event of moment or like decided the outcome of the election or anything like that, or even majorly contributed. But 300 is a pretty good turnout to get people to actually come out.
Yeah, exactly.
No, granted, audience of 600,000.
I was like, that's what.
But like,
I've been wondering if you knew the numbers. But yeah.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
So what I'm saying, though, is that I agree that what he did was not ambitious, and in that sense, it was unintelligent from my point of view. Because I think ambition is a matter of pursuing excellence in whatever you're like interested in doing.
You're wrong, but continue.
So it's, right, like rather than just settling for like something minimal.
Maybe that's the
ambition is
intelligent
matter.
thing to do. People are often very much happier when they keep to themselves.
Well, sure. I mean, you can even okay, whatever. You can strive for excellency in that category of activity as well, of just keeping to yourself. The point is just that ambition is a matter of like going for like the max that you think you're capable of doing in a given case that you think is like wise to act in or something like that. Like it's just a quality of not settling for something that you could do better with, or that would be like that could be better if you know that it's like viable to make better. Okay, and belief in possibility is like a part of success and action, so that's why it's part of intelligence as well, and that's why it's connected to ambition. I hope that's clear. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I agree that what Destiny did was like an ambitious and also in that respect unintelligent. But I think that it was still possibly like an instance of him trying to genuinely change like a part of what he was basically testing out what it would be like if he actually acted more in alignment with like morality or like his own conception of morality.
I think that's naive. I think there's a number of things going on here. First of all, it's a repeat of previous practice. It's just a thing that he does. Secondly, it's good PR and it's good community building and it's good.
What did he do before this that was like that?
He canvassed.
He canvassed
previously.
No, I mean, like, are you saying he canvassed before Georgia?
Yes. This year was not the first year he's canvassed.
How recent are we? Oh, I know. I was thinking of. Yeah. I was thinking of the last time that he canvassed that we were talking about.
No, we're talking about
he canvassed before the last time he canvassed too.
Yeah. No, sorry. I was thinking of I was only aware of 2 canvassings, and they were both in the.
I think there are 3. I think there are 3 as of right now.
Okay. So
and for all I know, he's canvassed before, just under other people's direction in the past.
Yeah. Well, I think the first time that he tried to canvass was for a mayor in I think Omaha. I think. That was the first time, and then the second.
Here, I got it right here. I pulled it up right here. So hang on. So in 2020, so he canvassed in support of Democratic candidates in 2020 to 2021. He led another canvassing operation for Mark Gudgel in 2021 for Omaha. So that's afterwards. So he did Wernick and Ossoff in 2020. So that's one, and then same year he did.
One had kind of good
had 140, so it's not negligible.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah.
Here's the thing. It is negligible, but it's not negligible for one person to muster that many, who's not like a major celebrity.
Yeah. So I mean, in any case, though, I think those were things of multiple different incentives. I think one of the incentives for that probably was partially financial. Like he probably recognized some degree to which like it might also boost his like long-term career, or like might draw more attention to his like videos and give like more people give him some.
Well, I don't think it was. Well, hang on. I don't think it was purely cynical. I just think at this point it's just it's sort of rote and it's just a thing that you do, right? It's like garbage collection.
Oh, you mean just like it's what streamers do? You mean now, like?
No, I think it's just a thing.
No, I don't think it's what streamers do.
I think it's like there was a period where some streamers of that type were trying to get involved into like real politics, and that was like a thing, and so he did that, and now this is just a thing that he does. It's like
well, I think that's still a thing. It's just
like Christmas
to
streams. It's Christmas now. We do a stream.
It's also a hammer he has been using in criticizing Vosh and Hassan.
I thought Vosh was doing his own political shit too now.
Well, Vosh probably had actually more of an impact overall, because while Vosh didn't organize canvassing efforts, what he does do very well is actually like community building on those issues and keeping a very large community awake to them. So he's probably been like very helpful towards canvassing organizations, including the one he's been plugging for the past few months. Vosh himself going out canvassing, I don't think would make a massive dent. And I think he's smart to recognize that. Like that is literally just like it's Dylan Burns going to a truck to throw diapers for 5 minutes to like, hey, look, we're helping the war effort. by throwing these diapers. It's like you're clearly like getting in the way of the people who are doing. That's not a slight on Dylan Burns. Just like that particular thing was staged, which is fine.
Okay.
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 But it's like no. But that part is fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Like it's showing, okay, this is what we're doing. Da, 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 da. But they went to the next place.
Why do you go to Ukraine?
What's that?
Nothing.
Why don't I go to Ukraine?
Yeah. That's what I asked.
Because they need artillery shells, not lectures.
The
truth.
No. It's against the prime directive. I cannot interfere.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
I cannot interfere.
That sounds kind of
in another culture's settling of a thing. It'd be against evolution. Be violating the natural course of events.
Sure. Okay. Sure. Sure.
Also, it's going to be very cold very soon there, so maybe wait a couple months if you're going to go at all.
Wait, is Dylan Burns still in Ukraine?
No, he's out. He's out. I'm pretty sure he's out. I thought he was in the States. Dylan Burns actually produced some pretty educational material out of that, though. I thought that was good. Again, it's one of those things, like, does it make a dent? No, but it probably helps a few people understand a thing. And it may make some, like, small interventions here and there in terms of how people perceive this issue. I mean, the impact of these things is all very
making
fuzzy,
a dent
right?
is... Well, but I mean, when you say that, it's like, it doesn't have to make, like, I mean, it depends on what, like, when you say it doesn't make a dent, it's sort of like, well, you have to just adjust your standards, like, what proportion of thing we're talking about. So in this case, whatever Dylan is doing is probably, like, more than sufficient for, like, a good thing to do in the world from his point of view, unless you're saying he could be far more effective in what he's doing, therefore it's like...
Sorry, when I say a dent, what I mean is that, judging by what's taken place, I don't think if that was removed entirely, you would mark the difference if you compare them side by side. Like, it would be small. Like Destiny's canvassing efforts, 300 people, that's actually impressive. That's a lot of people to bring out just on your name brand alone. That's actually pretty good. But do I think that like determined the outcome of anything? No. It might have helped, like here and there. It might have swayed a few people, but like I don't think it made a big difference.
I think particularly in the case of Dylan.
I mean, I'm just I'm just wondering why it matters whether it ultimately determines the outcome, because it's like what we're talking about is like what streamers ought to be doing, or like.
Right? I mean, because like we're talking about Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns has been doing things that he's been trying to be more meaningful in terms of what he does. Right. He's tried to, and he's not entirely done so, but he's increasingly distanced himself from like exploitative garbage content to try to do something that actually makes some kind of contribution, or at the very least some kind of respectability or prestige about it. Like there's some kind of interest in it. It's an achievement to do what he does, which it is. Like whether or not you like him personally, like what he did took balls. It's an interesting and bold thing that he did in Ukraine. Regardless of what you think of him personally. With Destiny, it's like everything that he's doing, besides canvassing, has been to abet the propaganda of the people he's canvassing against. So it's like, this looks like a stunt at this point, because you don't seem to be well motivated. It seems to be like this is just a routine thing that you do, and it's just a part of your buying into your own cult of celebrity. So
yeah, because when we were discussing him canvassing earlier, I was thinking about the very first time he canvassed, not this third time. Now it's been 3 times, and he already went through the Omaha thing. He should know. Like, there's first of all, the fact that it can just blow up like that isn't like, I mean, in the sense that his reputation can be associated.
Look,
with
here's
canvassing for it. It's a bad thing. That's one thing that he should have learned.
Here's what would be absolute nobodies just out of college have run for office and won locally. Yeah. Here's what would have been ambitious for Stephen, right? To actually run for a position. That would have been ambitious. Okay, canvassing.
Well, there's no way. I mean, because of his internet history.
No. But hang on, slow down. If you're talking about his first time canvassing, no. No, his internet history was not that bad then. Now, it actually was, but that was not known. He was denounced after the statements made about Kenosha. He was not denounced prior to that for all of the other racist stuff he said before, because nobody paid attention to it. Nobody had it
But
recorded.
Georgia came after. But his first canvassing in Georgia came after his Kenosha statement, didn't it?
No, he was. I think it was during. He was. It was. Well, it was an ongoing issue, like when that happened, because the candidate, while I think he was still running, distanced himself quietly from Stephen.
Well, no, so I can
And
explain.
by
something.
quietly,
So-
like he did flat out say that, like, he needs. Here, I've actually got the thing
Yeah.
pulled up right here. Just look at the.
But
No, I know he canvassed
I know
after
the
the
numbers,
statement
so-
as well, but he canvassed before prior. So here, look, hang on. So
Well, no, I know.
just
I know he
slow down.
canvassed for the Omaha
I know,
back
but I'm
door,
reading this for my
but
benefit
he
too. So
also canvassed.
just chill for a second.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's
I'm sorry,
okay.
I'm sorry.
So, here we go. In March 2022, he was banned from Twitch due to hateful conduct. Before this, here we go. Here we go. So, Bennell was notified in September 2020 that his Twitch partnership agreement would be terminated the following month for encouragement of violence. This termination came as a result of comments made on stream after the Kenosha unrest shooting, in which Bennell expressed opposition to riots at the George Floyd protests. Bennell said that the rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means, like, white redneck militia dudes out there mowing down protesters that they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my blessing. Bennell later clarified this point, saying Kyle Rittenhouse was clearly misguided. So Gudgel, that was in 2020. Gudgel officially cut ties with Bennell over the latter's statement regarding riots at the George Floyd protests. So the statements were made before, and then when they became known, Gudgel cut ties with him.
Yes, but he also canvassed for Georgia before Gudgel and after the statements. Because he canvassed in Georgia separately from canvassing in Omaha.
Right, yeah.
And he canvassed in Georgia again recently. So he's canvassed in Georgia twice. I'm just saying. He
Sure.
also canvassed for Georgia.
Sure,
Between
yeah.
that statement and the Omaha campaign, yeah. And during that period, there was the risk of that statement blowing back up in his face as well, but it didn't.
Well, it took time for the discourse about
To
it
saturate the internet and to like build up his reputation, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I just don't think it matters that much.
No, sure.
Yeah.
I agree.
No, because like it doesn't matter, because again, like that statement by itself, like he should, anyone with half a brain would know this is going to cause you problems down the line. If you have actual ambitions, you pay attention to what you say and you choose what you say.
Right. Yeah, that's
I'm
what
not
I
sure
was
it's
saying earlier.
necessarily a fatal blow in this immediate environment to have had a
Well,
past-
now, but the media environment has changed a little bit. But
It depends
you were equating
well,
intelligence and
Daedalus-
ambition. I don't think he was being unintelligent, though. He was just being ambitious.
yeah.
He just didn't care. He didn't care because he wasn't ambitious. I think his, or to the extent that he is ambitious, his ambition is for channel growth, and that's it. Which is, whatever.
Well, I mean, to that yeah, I mean, to that extent, he was being intelligent to the extent that he was suiting that end on his own. Yeah, like of his channel growth. I'm just saying, like, in terms of what I see as ambition, I'm just clarifying how I view it again because you're bringing up my distinction. So yeah, I mean, he was being, to the extent that he was engaging this project just for like monetary benefit or whatever, that would be ambitious, just because he's pursuing something that was like beyond his like default standard level of effort that he'd been getting used to.
I guess. Can we please, for the love of
But,
God,
I mean,
talk about anything else?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
That's okay. Is anybody else?
There's someone on there.
There is
Yeah.
indeed. Okay, we'll pull them in as well. Hey, Sinthe,
Oh,
how you
Sinthe.
doing?
Hello.
How's it going?
Sinthe. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Good. How are
Okay.
you?
Pretty good. I've got some contentions, I guess, with the rhetoric you got on Twitter surrounding veganism.
Oh fuck, it's you.
Mm-hmm. I mean, do we have past issues? I don't know if we do or not. I don't remember you.
You had to bring this up at 1:47 a.m. on Christmas.
No.
Yeah, you think
know,
that's bad? It's 4:47 where I am. Okay,
You're a
it's
trooper.
it's nutcase hours for me. But yeah, I've got a contention.
I
with your,
don't think.
Oh, sorry, you guys have an existing conversation. Go ahead.
Nope, we turned.
No. It's
Do
okay.
not.
I was just
Continue.
I was going to respond to you, Sinthe.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to say, I think that I don't think you have any history with Sunday besides like some like questions you've asked on Twitter. But I don't think you have. I don't think you guys ever got into a fight or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Can I run to the wash? Can you hold that thought? I'm going to run to
sure.
the washroom quickly, and then
Yeah, sure.
we'll talk about it with less urgency in a second. You guys feel free to chat. Just keep it TOS, you know.
Sounds good.
By the way, while we wait, Sinthe, it'd be good to have those tweets up just in case Sunday needs to refer to them so he knows what he said.
Yeah, I got you. I'll link them over.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and grab those now. In the meantime, what's up, Dallas Media? What's was your contention about was it? I'm not even sure what the proposition was. Was it just like, is Destiny doing good, or was it, is Destiny doing as good as he should be, or is Destiny acting morally?
Well, I had a plan, and that got completely derailed by talking about Destiny. No, I just don't think he's a very effective actor, or really anything.
Destiny is?
He's utterly incoherent.
Oh, well, then we're not gonna have much disagreement there.
On one hand, you sit around having discussions and praising right-wing figures like Lauren Southern and that little twerp Nick Fuentes. And on this flip side, you turn around and are canvassing for Ralph Warnock.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's going to think you're incoherent.
Well, I think it comes off as incoherent, but I think that the I don't think there's anything wrong with him canvassing for Warnock. I think it's better to be inconsistent and sometimes moral than consistently bad, right?
Yeah, but I'm not entirely certain you can call yourself moral by associating positively with fascists.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the end result of associating with a fascist is almost certainly going to be, if they succeed, people will die. We probably should stop them before they get to that point.
Well, I don't think he could reasonably call himself moral, but I think that somebody could associate with fascists and still be a good person. I think that the actions you're obligated to do are just the ones that have the best impact. And I think if that includes associating with fascists, I think that like being able to reach across the aisle isn't totally out of the question on some kind of like a principled basis.
Maybe, but not necessarily in all cases. There are some people who, their goal is to shut people out of the decision-making process. Mm-hmm. So if you're interacting with those particular people, there's nothing really to be gained. And I also don't necessarily see, like, there's nothing new in the field of bigotry. There's been nothing new in the field of bigotry for 300 years. Mm-hmm. It's all the same arguments repackaged with different people who's ever in vogue to be, not popular at that time.
So in a sense, the argument is basically like, I mean, so since you were mentioning that, you're obligated to do the acts that will produce the best consequence. In this case, it's sort of like saying, Daedalus is saying, bigots and fascists, it's basically like intrinsic to what they are, that they're never really going to be a group that you can associate with and produce good consequences. It's just not going to happen, generally speaking. Like it's just like, even if that was possible under like extremely exceptional circumstances, there's just going to be incredibly rare that it's like a generally safe rule to just say, don't associate with them,
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. It's like a safe rule, but I think that when it comes to moral rules, the vast majority of those have like thresholds somewhere, or we should understand them as having thresholds somewhere.
I agree.
Yeah.
Or they're
going to run into situations where they need to be refined.
I am back.
Okay.
What was on your mind?
Yeah, just the veganism topic. I know that you've said a few things in the past, like you've said that vegans are oversensitive and so on and so on. It seems like generally you have like contentions.
Bless you for proving me wrong.
It seems like you have contentions generally with veganism broadly, and it also seems like you've got some specific arguments against the philosophical grounding of veganism. Like I know you said on Twitter, vegans who do bad philosophy and make spurious equivocations. And I'm guessing by that you just mean like false equivalency. You don't mean like the equivocation fallacy, such as between meat eating and bestiality, do violence to the cause of ending animal cruelty by making it seem ridiculous and should be extradited for it. And I think that's I don't think that's the false equivalency at all. I think that the things that make bestiality wrong are also the things that make meat eating wrong.
What's bestiality?
Bestiality is going to be having sex with an animal.
Mm-hmm. Do you eat people you have sex with?
No, but I don't understand how this is going to be relevant to the argument.
Because they aren't the same.
I agree they're not the same, right? But saying that two things aren't exactly the same doesn't mean that the same thing doesn't make
They
them
aren't
wrong,
even in
right?
the same
So
ballpark. You do not consume a sexual partner like you do meat.
I agree you don't consume a sexual partner, but the
Right.
whole
So
point
so
is
what
things that make both
it,
of these things wrong
no,
are
no,
both
no.
the same thing, which is they cause the suffering of the animal.
Well, no, because the reason why no, because bestiality doesn't necessarily need to cause suffering to the animal to be disgusting to the average person. The bestiality itself is what is
the same
disgusting.
thing as being immoral, though, right? Like the disgust is not what causes it to be immoral. Like
Well,
homosexuality disgusts a lot of people
well,
as
hang
wrong,
on.
right?
No, look. For example, like the.
Well, can you answer my question?
No, I was gonna clarify the point that I was making.
Well,
like for example,
you interrupted what I was saying
okay,
to make a clarification. I wanted to answer my question.
Just chill out, dude. It's okay. You'll have more time another day. I promise you. It's late.
Yeah, but you just
the
didn't
equivalent,
answer the question. You just dodged it
the comparison. I don't even know what I was dodging anymore. I'm just too tired. The equivocation with murder, for example, that one seems to hold a little bit because there actually is an equivalence there. You're talking about the unjust killing of possibly a sentient organism, it's unjust. There's no justified reason. Like that seems to hold true, for example, of the way a pig in a slaughterhouse is treated and a human being who's murdered in an alleyway. Or murdered in an unjust war. Like that seems to hold. The bestiality point seems to be leveraging the disgust people have towards bestiality as a practice, in order to make it a propagandistic point. And sometimes that works. Like for example, I think making people disgusted at certain animal products can be very effective at making people not want to consume
point entirely.
those.
You're just not addressing the argument.
Okay. Why don't you restate the point again?
Sure. The argument is the same thing makes them wrong. The fact that it's disgusting is not what makes it wrong. Plenty of things are disgusting to the average person that... Hold to stop. I'm in the middle of a sentence, please. The same things that make both of these actions wrong are shared among both bestiality and meat eating, which is they cause suffering to the animal. It's not the case that the reason bestiality is wrong is because it's disgusting. There are plenty of things that are disgusting but not morally wrong. Every time somebody uses the bathroom, that's disgusting to the average person, but that doesn't make it morally wrong, and none of us understand the thing morally wrong. And the same is true. The same is true of things which people think are disgusting in a different sense. Things that are disgusting in a sexual sense.
Look.
Hold on just a second. We've talked for a while.
We're not debating.
I want to talk. We're not debating. I agree. You're just trying to talk over me and interrupt me constantly. I just want to finish my sentence.
I know you have a list here, but like,
I don't have a list.
Pick one point at a time.
I'm saying something. We are talking about one point. I'm telling you the thing which you are saying is a thing which makes them morally wrong, which is different.
But there's no back and forth here. There's no back and forth here, though. You very clearly have bullet points laid out, and you're running through them.
Dude, there's not a back and forth because you're interrupting me.
I'm entertaining you even talking about this at all. Just chill for a sec. You'll have time to get to it.
Can I finish my sentence really quick?
No, not right this second, because you said an untrue thing, and I want to address it fast before you run off a million other things.
What was the false thing I said?
The issue with bestiality is not simply that it's harmful to the animal. Like a horse that mounts a human being is not necessarily being harmed in that process. They may be actually willful participants to it. We can imagine scenarios that really show that's a possibility. The issue is the disgust at bestiality.
So you've said this, and I was making the argument against that, and you interrupted me in the middle of that argument.
Okay, are you going to bitch about it, or are you going to get to the point?
I'm in the middle of getting to the point, but you interrupted me again, right? So give me 30 seconds.
I can just look. If you're a douchebag about it, I can just kick you. I don't need to talk to you.
Sunday, I don't talk slowly.
I know that's the problem. We need to.
We need to. Very long
no.
To get to my point. You're interrupting again. It's like every 30 seconds you just interrupt.
I really don't need to put up with you in particular.
Let me finish one point. You'll understand why it's addressing your argument, right?
Go on.
So it'll take 30 seconds. So the argument that you just made is that the disgust is a morally relevant factor. I'm telling you there are plenty of.
I didn't
where
say disgust was
is
morally
involved.
relevant.
You did. You did.
No, I
you
didn't.
Realize you said
No,
that,
I
but
didn't.
it's
I didn't
exactly
say.
what you
I actually did not.
What makes it morally wrong then, other than the animal suffering? What makes it morally wrong? You think you listed out disgust. What is the other thing?
What makes what morally wrong?
Bestiality. What makes it morally
No,
wrong?
no, 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 no.
other than
I said
harm caused
the.
to animal?
Hang on. Hey, I said the
You
revulsion.
don't shush other people while you're interrupting them. It's a weird way to approach conversation.
That is an interruption, though. I am interrupting you with the When
I
else would I do that?
Strange way to approach conversations. Okay, do you have another thing that you think is morally relevant? You want to introduce?
No, I'm considering you right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that the revulsion was a moral revulsion. It could simply be a visceral cultural revulsion that people have no necessarily like morality laden into at all. Now we do in like modern Christianized society. We actually do have like a deeply entrenched cultural norm against sexual relations with animals. But you can be disgusted by that without actually holding in the abstract to like, I think sexual relations with non-human organisms is categorically wrong. Like, but you can still find it revolting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what's being leveraged. It's sort of like how when it's sort of.
You want to ramble for a bit longer before I can interact with your points? You said I wasn't going 1 point at a time, but now you're going to go like 80 points before I get to respond. Okay, so the big issue with the argument here is what you're listing out are things which are not morally relevant. What I said is the same thing makes them wrong. That same thing being suffering. You told me earlier that was wrong. You gave disgust as an example of a thing which makes it wrong.
Let's
now
pretend...
you're saying disgust is not what makes it wrong. I want you to tell me what is the morally relevant factor other than the suffering of the animal that you think makes it wrong.
I didn't say the suffering of the animals that made it wrong.
I'm asking you, what is the thing other than the
I
suffering
didn't
of the
even
animal which makes it wrong?
hang on. I didn't even put forward the thesis that I think it's morally wrong.
I don't care if you put forward the thesis. I'm telling you the same thing makes it wrong.
But putting forward the thesis. But hang on. Putting forward the thesis is what would put the onus on me to provide an alternative.
Okay, what you said was it is not the case the same thing makes them wrong. Are you saying that one of these things is not wrong?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh. Okay, if both of these things are wrong, then both of the same things that make them wrong are things that they share in common. Therefore, it's not a false equivalency, or an equivocation as you keep calling it. It's not a false equivalency to say these two things are morally wrong for the same reasons.
No, your reasoning is flawed. Both things can be wrong for different reasons.
I agree they can be, right? But that's a modal statement. I agree.
But
I
actually.
What I'm asking you is, what is the difference?
But hang on. But I actually explained what the different reason was initially. With respect to bestiality, it's going to be something more along the lines of revulsion at the act, along lines of like human dignity.
You weren't saying disgust is why it's morally wrong. You told me that was not what you were saying. Now you're
no. I said no. Disgust is the propagandistic value of the comparison. I didn't say it's morally wrong.
You didn't say that bestiality was morally wrong. Yes, you did. You said both were morally wrong.
No, I didn't. When did I say that?
Yeah, less than 50 seconds ago.
I said they can be wrong for different reasons. I'm a moral anti-realist. I don't hold to the idea that things are categorically universally wrong. I think they're
That's
wrong
not what
in
moral
context.
anti-realism is. Moral anti-realism is not moral relativism. That's one type of moral anti-realism. It's the worst type, the weakest type. You can be an error theorist even and believe in moral fictionalism.
Yeah,
you still think is the case. Things are categorically morally wrong.
You're very smart and sophisticated, and we all stand in awe. The point, though, is that
you're very condescending and uneducated.
The point, though, yes, I am. The point, though, is that I am not actually obligated to supply universal reasons for why a thing is wrong. Like, for example, I know.
Didn't ask you to. I said, what is the reason that they share, other than the suffering of the animal? What is the reason one of these is wrong for a different reason than the other? Why is it the case?
I think because people consider it generally, and I'm speculating here, to be viscerally disgusting and in some sense degrading to public morals in some way on grounds of basically seems kind of strange to phrase it in this way, but in a sense of what?
then your answer to the question was disgust.
No,
The disgust people feel.
the effects of disgust. Childbirth can be disgusting, but that's
Disgust
not considered
is an
immoral.
effect.
Sorry?
Disgust is a type of effect. That sense of disgust is an effect in the world. It's a world state.
Disgust isn't affect. I'm talking about disgust as an affect, not an effect.
Even if it was an affect, disgust would still be an effect with an E. It would be the consequence of a thing. The consequence of putting your dick in an animal is people feel disgusted.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's the effect, right? That is one effect. This one is not one that you consider morally relevant. You do consider the suffering of animals morally relevant. I'm making the assumption there that you're a sane person, and you think that beating dogs to death with shovels is wrong. So I would assume that the same thing, in these two things share in common, are both things which make them morally wrong.
Well, what if, for example, I don't? What if, for example, I have a particular affinity towards sentient organisms, and I personally, and I recognize this as like a personal affinity, so when I see people who do not have that affinity, or worse, are sadistic towards animals, I have a bent towards wanting them to not prevail, or for the norms that those attitudes from body to not prevail. And I'm not making some categorical moral judgment about it at all. I'm recognizing that no, this is a matter of taste. However, it's a taste that I have a strong attachment to, and it will in fact affect how I engage with other people in the world in a very serious way.
I have no idea why anything that you just said would be remotely relevant. You having a personal affinity is not what we're talking about when we say morals. I have a personal affinity to chocolate ice cream and dislike strawberry ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't be the case that strawberry ice cream is immoral. My personal affinities are not what moral language
Yeah,
is.
that was the point of what I was saying.
Then it's irrelevant. What you just said was irrelevant to the talk of whether or not disgust is a thing which makes one thing morally wrong.
I wasn't contending that
morally wrong. Do you agree?
Do I think bestiality is morally wrong? It depends on what you mean by morally wrong.
I mean, do you think it's generally the case that this produces outcomes which we think are disvaluable in aggregate?
It depends. By bestiality, do we mean copulating with non-human creatures, or do we mean copulating with creatures that do not have an adult human level of self-awareness and agency in those things? Because these are different things, right? But both are technically. Like it's something you need to parse out a bit more.
Sorry, what was the term you wanted clarity on?
Why are you so angry? Just like talk like a normal person.
I'm angry because you're a condescending dickhead, right? I'm telling. It's obvious why I'm angry. What I want to know from you is which point in that sentence did you have trouble understanding that you want me to clarify? Just tell me the word you had trouble with. Are you there? Is he dead? Wait, do you want to clarify which term in the sentence you had trouble with? Because you seem to be confused about what I meant by bestiality, and I'm just curious, like, when you're having issues understanding bestiality, you just gave two definitions of bestiality, which seem to be both perfectly coherent with one another.
Okay, this is gonna be one of those clippable conversations. So let's say you
I hope it's clippable.
Let's say you. Sure you do. So let's say you have a horse, right? And you raise this horse better than any animal alive. It has every need taken care of. It has specialists for every part of its body. It is the healthiest horse imaginable.
Mm-hmm.
Every so often you sedate it, and with scientists who have developed a perfect method and apparatus to do so, you sodomize this horse every so often. It is never aware of it. Its life is blessed, but that still takes place. The issue with that, if there is an issue, is not going to be the suffering of the animal.
Oh, it actually is. Right? So it's weird the way in which it acts here, right? I understand why it's the case that it's not. This is the difference between naive and sophisticated consequentialism.
All right,
the
let's
issue
see.
is just you create dispositionary effects in the person doing the action, and that can lead to long-term harm of animals broadly. That's going to be the issue with doing like actions which might be the violation.
But that's hang on. But that's the.
That aren't bad in the moment.
But this is
the reason why every time you're like, why are you mad at me? This is why, because you constantly interrupt. You're the most rude person I've ever had a conversation with.
I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble following you because it's just an endless stream of acidity, with points kind of bleeding into each other because you don't.
How does points bleed into each other?
Because you try. Because you're trying to do this thing where you sort of, like, force me into, like, no, you need to say yes or no right now to this, and you try to make your interlocutors feel like they'll seem weak or something if they don't just play by the rules that you set. But you're coming off as such a snide asshole. It doesn't really matter. Like, you can just talk and I win. You understand that, right? Like, you sound awful right now.
Do you think you're winning right now?
I don't need to is the problem. I would like to have a discussion. No, I would like
the conversation, acted like a dickhead, then declared yourself the winner. I'd like to have a discussion with you, but unfortunately it's impossible because every time I get a point out, you interrupt me.
Sinthe,
like now, there you go, doing it again.
Sinthe, you've been like this since you got on.
What are you talking about? I was extremely polite to you when I got on, and then you interrupted me like 4 times in a fucking row, then I started being mean to you. Now you're bitching and whining about tone because you have no counter arguments. There you go, dead silent again. No counter arguments. President Sunday, what I want to know from you is, what is the difference, right, between the action of eating animals and bestiality? What makes bestiality wrong that I can't apply to the animal? What's the thing that makes that wrong that doesn't apply to eating animals?
Well, I mean, for one, the animal is dead after you eat it, or before you eat it, I presume.
So you think it?
Usually, but that is not a guarantee, my friend.
So you think if you killed the animal and fucked it, do you think it'd be okay?
Well, the animals. I mean, I'm assuming you don't consider death as being the opposite of harm, right? So I would say that would be just an additional indignity, maybe.
I would say so too. So this thing that if it's the case that eating an animal is morally wrong, then killing an animal and fucking its corpse, a type of bestiality, would also be morally wrong, right?
Seems to be.
And the inverse works as well. If it's the case that you kill an animal and fuck its corpse, it just so happens to also be the case that the reasons that make that wrong are also the reasons that make paying somebody else to fuck an animal up the ass, and then with the fucking like artificially inseminating an animal by force while it writhes in agony, and then eating the animal after makes it just worse. It's just a worse action.
Well, no, because like in the example that I brought up, for instance, the animal is not writhing in agony, is not made pregnant or whatever, and is at no point actually physically harmed in terms of its actual experience of life.
Yeah.
If you want to bring in something softer, if you want to bring in something like, hang on.
Bestiality is more morally acceptable? Is that your argument here? Is that bestiality is better than eating meat?
What? No.
Yeah, you were able to construct an example.
No.
There are reasons that count against eating meat that don't count against bestiality. Like it's strange to me that this is where your argument went, but I don't think it looks bad for my position.
Dude, I've got some wine here. You should find something for yourself because you're like. You are so fucking tense.
Find a counter argument instead of constant tone.
Well, I actually gave you one already. So yes, because the purpose of my example was to show that harm can be extricated from the act of bestiality, and so if you still have a negative response to bestiality, it's going to be something else other than harm. Now, your fallback at that point was some fuzzier notion of it may promote like some wider social attitude towards animals that results in harm down the line. But like, for example, we could just modify it really easily and just go like, well, this is all done in secret. Okay.
This is just bloviating, right? So even if it was done in secrecy, the argument that I gave you was about the dispositions of the actor. You change your own dispositions. Even if you did something secretly that was morally wrong and nobody ever realized it, you would alter your own dispositions. That would be the issue there.
Why do we care about...
That would still result, because that results in harm. So in the argument that you just gave, the whole argument that you just gave is just, here is some hypothetical case of bestiality.
you're just saying, so you're basically
scenario, so hold on just a second, before you straw man me with that, you're basically doing
so what you're
right?
basically,
I want to ask you, what do you think is still wrong about that scenario that we can't apply to eating meat?
So what you're basically just saying is essentially when someone says like, well, the issue with porn is that it might affect how you deal with women later on or something like that, or with sex partners later on.
I don't think that the argument against porn holds up on empirical grounds. I do think the argument against having sex with animals does.
You have data on having sex with animals?
We have plenty of data on bestiality being mentally harmful to the person who practices it. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, do you dispute that it's bad for your mental health to engage in bestiality?
Nope.
Oh, cool.
I'm just kind of perplexed that you have this data to hand. It's kind of interesting.
It's interesting to make sure that you... I have no idea what this is lately. This is like a fascinating, weird jab for you, right? I want to know from you, what is the reason why, in the case that you presented, you think that the bestiality is wrong, I can't also apply to eating animals?
Why can't the... Well, because they're different. You're not consuming the flesh of the
They're
animal. In that
different. Yeah,
case.
give me the reason why they're different.
I just did. You're not consuming the flesh of the animal, so it dies.
Do you think that consuming the flesh of the animal is the morally relevant aspect there?
No, well, presumably
You think
that's.
if I consume the flesh of the animal after I fuck it, that makes it okay?
What?
Do you hear how stupid your argument is?
No, maybe.
Holy
I don't...
shit! You just
so
said
hold on,
the thing that makes
that's-
the thing that makes them different is you don't consume the animal in the case of you don't consume the animal flesh in the case of bestiality. Cool. Let's control for that out. Let's imagine I consume for the animal flesh to make it okay. Clearly not. It's clearly not morally
But that's
relevant.
not. Hang on. That doesn't make any sense. Like you don't. Adding
I agree, your
additional.
argument makes
Well,
no sense.
no,
It's a stupid argument.
Well, no. Adding. Why would adding in consuming the flesh make the bestiality okay? That doesn't make any sense.
Because yeah, I agree. It makes no fucking sense.
But that wasn't
whatsoever.
what
Your
I
argument's
said.
stupid, your
That's what
position's
you
dumb.
said.
Yes, it was. What you just said was the thing that makes them different is that you aren't consuming the flesh of the animal.
No, but Sint, that's what. Well.
No, it's what you said. You forgot.
No. Hang on. Yes.
Stupid.
No. That is what I said. The difference is you're not
Yes.
consuming. Okay, let me.
Oh, let you talk. Don't interrupt you. Do you want
Yeah.
to build up the social standard of not interrupting each other for the rest of this conversation?
It would be nice, actually. Yes.
I'm down. How about you,
Let's
Sunday?
start
you wanna,
doing that.
Do you want to do that, Sunday? Do you want to not interrupt the other person?
I would.
Why don't we elect a moderator? We have Leo and Daedalus here. Do either of you want to take it?
I'd rather have a moderator that I know is neutral. I have no idea what either of these people's positions are. How do you want to do it? You want to do it on the Crucible?
I don't know their position. Sure. What's the Crucible?
The Crucible's Big Papa Fascist, the far right guy.
You want to do it on the far right guy's
Absolutely.
channel? Why?
Absolutely. I think he's a consistently fair moderator, despite the fact that I think his views are heinous, and I don't think you're going to say he's biased towards my position.
I've got a better alternative. How about are you familiar with Wix panel? It's small, but
Why would I want to do it on a Wix panel?
because I don't know. God no. I don't want to be associated with Big Papa Fascist.
I'm fine with doing it on I'm fine with doing it on any panel that both me and you are not on terms where we think the moderator's gonna be biased towards us.
Okay,
or
well-
alternatively, we could self-moderate and you could just not interrupt me and I want to interrupt you.
Yeah, that's not
an
gonna.
option.
That's not gonna work.
That's not gonna happen because you want to
No.
interrupt, but you don't want to be interrupted.
Yeah, that's the ticket.
I could also try to moderate. You could see if you like me as moderator, but if you
I'm
don't,
fine, Leo. You can do it if you want.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing. Yeah.
No, I like
okay.
I like the Wick idea, and Wick and I are not on. We are not the best of pals. We'll put it that way. So you're not getting somebody
like
slanted
Wick.
towards me.
So he might be slanted towards me. That might not be fair.
Sure.
But I like Wick.
That works. That works for me. Let's do that.
That works for me too. I think that every argument you made here was incredibly fucking stupid. I think that you have no counter arguments to the vegan position. I think you made yourself look incredibly fucking stupid doing the tone policing shit. And I hope that you don't flake out of the Wick conversation. Do you have any follow-ups? Any counter? You want to say something?
Yeah. Give me a sec. Let me think of something.
You want to say something like really dorky and weird and deranged, like you've made an insubstantive rejoinder or something like that? Some weird President Sundayism that we can all look back on fondly.
Don't laugh at him. I
Cool.
want to see if he says
All right.
something else.
I'm gonna head out. You have a good one, bud. Peace.
When did you kill her family?
Is Sinthe her?
That's what Carso was saying.
Synthe is her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Synthe is her. Yeah.
You just thousands of ancestors must be offended. That was aggressive.
I don't think I've ever spoken to this person before.
Only on Twitter. You never spoke to them.
I can't remember exactly. What did we say to each other?
To them on Twitter. You know what? We could hold on. Actually, let me. 1 second.
Why are they so angry?
Oh, okay.
When did you kill their family?
Here, 1 second. So Sunday, what I would recommend is if you go to Twitter, and you go to the search bar, and then you go to advanced search. Are you familiar with how to get to advanced search?
Just find it, okay? I don't want to do this right now.
Oh, you don't want to do that right now? Okay.
No.
Well, I was just going to suggest, just so you know, that you can like just search up like their her tag or her name on Twitter, her handle, and your handle, and like the mentions and responses too, and just see all the times any of your accounts have ever like replied to each other on Twitter.
Oh, good to know. Thank you for that.
Yeah. So I just figured that would be like a useful way of figuring that out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I think she had tweets that she could link to, which would be useful for your conversation. I think she would be willing to link them to you because it'd be productive, so that you have a common basis for like what was originally said that started the conversation.
What do you think of the conversation? What do you think of the conversation that just transpired?
What do I
want to
think?
go first?
Like, you want to be more precise about like what I think about it, like in terms of what you're asking about what I think about it.
What do you think would be the most... Okay, how about whatever in your judgment is most pertinent? How would you evaluate that in those terms?
What I would say is it's possible. Okay, so it depends upon what your goals and aims were there, because like I think you did demonstrate a lot of patience, although I'm sure that Sinthe might disagree. But I think ultimately that it would have suited you. It would have been very productive if like the moment that you started to notice that she was angry would be to like try and understand immediately why she was angry. Because I understood that you eventually asked why she was angry, but I felt like it took a long time to get there. And if you had asked that immediately, and also if you had slowed
Well, it's
down,
hard to tell. Sometimes
like,
people are just kind of nervous or whatever. So
yeah, I get you. But I think she was angry kind of earlier, and she mentioned these interruptions. Now, I'm not saying, of course, that like you did a bunch of wrong stuff or anything like that, but I think in terms of like suiting your needs there, if you wanted to get to the meat of what she really wanted to confront you with and like move past it and like argue over it, instead of like getting confronted with like interpersonal conflict, then I would have been more patient with waiting for her to finish, and then letting her know that, or asking her for permission sort of to like interrupt her on occasion when you think that it's like really important, but otherwise, respect each other's time more. Like I think maybe she needed more of an explicit formulation of how the conversation was going to go, rather than allowing it to be informally like figured out.
Well, this was a call-in thing. Like this wasn't a planned debate.
I understand.
I didn't
I'm not
realize who it
blaming you.
was.
I'm not blaming.
No. I'm not. I don't think you're blaming me. I'm
just saying, in terms of like how that could have gone better, like I think it would have.
No. I get that, but that's like.
Yeah.
That's like something I can't gauge right in real time. So, I mean, I agree with you, but I don't know how I would tell that. Yeah.
You were saying what was most pertinent, so I was just thinking like, well, first of all, I mean, I feel partially responsible because I feel like I could have sort of anticipated this happening, and I sort of knew this was happening at the time, but I didn't want to intervene because I didn't want to be like super like, I don't want to like get in.
You're always allowed to intervene, and I will yell at you if I don't want you to intervene. Okay.
Okay. I didn't want to like.
What about? No, it's fine. What about the arguments themselves?
About your arguments?
Like she was trying to get you
both.
into a position. It seemed to me she was trying to get you into a position where you either an either or proposition of is bestiality good actually because I want to eat meat type thing. Like it wasn't not.
Well, I don't think there was actually much of a problem with her arguments. I just think that there was like lots of problems with being able to communicate clearly about what your answers were, and or like what your opinion was, and then what she thought of that, or like what she was confused about. But like in terms of the arguments, like I didn't like. I don't really understand what your argument is, Sunday, exactly. Because I think maybe there's like sort of a disconnect in terms of what she was asking, what you were answering about, because it sounded like you were sort of explaining what makes bestiality wrong, I guess, like to like the average person.
Well, I don't have a strong thesis for why bestiality is wrong. There's a bunch of soft things feeding into why I personally treat bestiality as wrong. In terms of the
so it's a nuance like that, for example, that I think she didn't think.
What I was trying to explain is that like the reason why I was painting this picture of a case where bestiality doesn't cause physical harm is precisely because if the point of connection between bestiality and eating animals is the harm done to the animal categorically, well, if we can imagine a situation in which harm isn't done to the animal individually, well, that presents a bit of a problem for that equivocation. If you have to fall back on, well, it can cause like potentially an attitudinal shift on the part of the person who indulges or in part of the broader society. Well, then it seems to me they're largely just falling back on a disgust explanation by another term. You're not motivating why that attitude is bad per se. You're just
Well, the disgust, but the question is, where does the disgust come from? And the disgust comes from the concern with the consequences of that disposition.
I mean, she didn't even justify calling like harm categorically something that makes it a wrong thing to do. So, I mean,
I think. Well, yeah. I don't think you got to that point. Like, I don't think she explained what her principle of harm or like why harm was wrong or like what exactly it meant for something to be wrong or something. I don't think she got to that point. I think she was asking you questions there. But it would have been good for her to clarify that as well, of course. In terms of like when she started presenting her opinion. Yeah, the original tweets would also be very useful to look at to understand her perspective, because I'm sure that was like a major. Because like first of all, you should know as well. Like when you were going AFK, I asked her to pull up the tweets so that she would have them. So like if it sounded like she was going through a bullet point, it might have been because she had like literally just looked at the tweets that had given her the reason to come on. And so she was like super prepared, and so it sounded as if to you maybe like she was like, trying to.
Well, I wonder if the tweets might not be more obfuscating then. If she's super prepared, then this might have been like positions that she's developed since those tweets were made. So I don't want to hold her to.
I don't think they're positions like. If you mean like her ideas or her opinions have changed since those tweets, I think that's very unlikely, based on what I know about her. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying I don't think I'm pretty sure that she came to these beliefs that she espoused tonight, like for quite a long time ago, and she's held to them for a consistent period.
This is what frustrates me. If she just came on and said like, "Hey, I've got some issues with your approach to veganism. Here are some ways I would recommend you look at it, and I can guide you through it." I would have listened to her.
Well, I think there were certain things that you said that were kind of rude.
Pursuant if we're doing the debate thing or whatever that ends up being, I'll spend like a good solid few days doing nothing but researching the topic and figuring out what my positions are going to be or if they hold water. Maybe more than a few days.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. I agree with you that like I can totally see that would have been a much more reasonable approach from her in my view, and it would have gotten a better response from you for sure.
Yeah, that conversation went from 0 to 60 really quick.
But I mean, I guess, people have different things that like make them angry kind of fast. So it's like in her case, I think it's like being interrupted is just one of those things that presses her a lot, But I'm sure there's things that are like that for us with other things in life. It's just not interruption in particular that bothers us as much.
Yeah, I think this is one of those. Sorry.
No, sorry. I was thinking maybe that's just like a random take from you. Maybe that's like nonsense. I don't know.
You know what you do, Leo? And I like you, so don't take this as a slight. But you will you will do this thing where you will interrupt, but then you're too polite to commit to it. So you'll interrupt, and then when the other person stops, you'll realize it, and then you'll stop too. And then we're both just fucked.
Yeah. Yeah. True. That's literally my social anxiety at work. Like,
no, it's fine.
I'm literally like, I'm constantly like this in my life. Yeah.
Until I did the same thing, and this is what doing this cured me of it, because I learned that you have to just bulldoze through, or else you'll never get a word in.
Well, no, I don't agree with that strategy. I sort of take the opposite strategy when I'm like uncertain, because I think your strategy ends up with what you got tonight, and my strategy ends up with a more patient Sinthe that you're still talking to. that'd be the difference.
Maybe, but that's talking to Sinthe. If you're talking to I don't know. If you're talking to someone who's going to talk like directly over you during the conversation, then what you need to do in order to get a sentence out and actually complete it is actually just finish the sentence, even if they start.
Yeah, but I feel like that attitude is sort of like I think that's actually I don't think that's necessarily I don't think it's necessarily true that she wouldn't have let you got a word, and I think it was that
Oh yeah,
like,
it's definitely true.
well I feel like there was like thresholds that both of you have where it's like you're expecting them to stop after a certain point and then let you talk, and you don't, but like neither of you is able to like
No, no, no,
actively
no, no. So here's the problem. So the strategy that she was adopting was she's going to lay out this complex chain where every
That was
single link introduces new presumptions that I'm going to find really problematic if I interrogate them. But she's going to just lay them all out, so the point of argument is the conclusion and not all of the steps she took to get there, and she's going to refuse to give those breathing room to actually be, like, broken down. And that's because if she does that, then it frustrates the entire plan for her part of her side of the argument. Because if we start from go, we'll have a very long conversation about premise one, right? Like if she started from like, if she was actually being systematic about it, she started from like, okay, well, harming animals is bad. Okay, let's work that out. Is harming animals bad? How do we know that? Okay, and then from there, if we agree, yes, harming animals is bad, we both agree with this. If the question at hand was, is bestiality an apt comparison with eating meat? Then we can start having a conversation about, well, why is it an apt comparison? It's because it's both harmful. Okay, well, why are they both harmful? Da, 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 da. You go from there. But she wasn't really allowing that. She was counting it as like a violent interruption that I was asking her to like not run off 20 different points and just interrogate the first one before we move on.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is just that you have like both of you every time that she was sort of starting off a new point, it's like. I mean, every time someone starts off a new sentence, it's like they're basically asking you for a time commitment to allow them to get across what they think is the important thing that they wanted to get across. And you don't know what that is until they've already said it. And so it's like you have this situation where you never really know for sure when someone has finished the most important point, and you have to use the best contextual clues you can. And it's just not a perfect system. So I'm saying it's kind of like almost inevitable that you might have conflicts here about like where people interrupt and not realizing that like, oh, actually they weren't done and they had a lot of important things they wanted to keep saying, but they got interrupted. And they didn't. But they it just wasn't clear when they intend to stop. In fact, I would say there's a major problem with you, Sunday, and I'm not saying it's a problem in the sense of like it's a problem with your behavior, but just it's like something that people have to look out for through no fault of your own, that you sort of stop sometimes where you make these pauses where it sounds like you stop talking, but you're actually in the middle of like a sentence and you like fully intend to go on like another full ass like word scramble to put it one way. But like it sounds like
well, that's because I'm thinking.
I know. I'm not saying it's unreasonable. Like I get that. Like I'm just saying that people are not used to pausing and thinking when it comes to like these streams. I think because they feel the pressure of people watching them, and
I guess. But then, like, why on earth are you engaging in like these kinds of debates in the first place? Like these things require like care.
You know, maybe that's a good question, but I don't know. Maybe people have like other drives that make them want to engage in the debates. I don't know.
I am inside.
You're inside.
You're here, Lucy.
You're hey, Lucy.
Hello, Lucy.
Okay.
How are you doing?
I have to go to the okay. I have to go to the clinic in a minute, okay?
Yeah.
But before I go, I have to tell you that you have gishgarop like crazy, okay? I have written down everything you said. You said so much, okay? And this has been very bad faith, and you know, there you go. There you have it. I have written down all your points, and you have gishgarop like crazy.
Lucy wins debate again.
Is Lucy going to destroy me in the marketplace of ideas now?
Yes, and I think that every reasonable person would agree that you're just crazy.
God damn it, that's what I get. How's your mom doing?
She's learning to walk again.
Oh, that's good. And how are you doing? You must be really exhausted.
A bit, but you know, it's what happens, you know. I even started streaming again.
I saw that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a debate with each other.
You had a debate, huh? Who with? What on?
With each other. He did not call in. They did not call in, but the argument was that every white person is a colonizer and a settler.
Which side were you on that?
I was like, that's not exactly, I was on the side that individuals do not really commit such things. It's more like a matter of
Damn. One more loss
systems,
to the fascists.
you
I'm
know?
joking. Well, Merry Christmas, Lucy. You have a good night, and give your mother my best.
Okay, I'll see you.
Take
Have a
care.
good Christmas, Lucy.
Yeah. I disconnect.
Take care. I'll get it. There we go.
Yeah, that position of every white person as a colonizer is not terribly historically nuanced.
Yeah, I mean, like every white person in a colonial state, is embedded in a system that privileges them as a group. Sure.
Yes, absolutely, but not necessarily that they are actively engaged in the same things that happened over
Well,
the
no,
course of
like
history.
a white hermit in Finland is not a colonizer. So that's I don't
There's
know.
also a degree to which you have to take part in society to survive, and you don't necessarily get to set the terms of that.
I mean, sure. Like, it depends on what you're loading onto the term colonizer, right? Like, if you're saying if by colonizer you mean part of a community that's engaging in an act of colonization, that doesn't necessarily bear like, oh, you personally are responsible for every single murder that takes place as a result of that process. Like, you may personally, again, like, not have your hands on the levers that allow you to make any decision whatsoever on that point. In which case, like, your hands personally are basically clean. However, you can still call yourself a colonizer in the sense that you are a part of a political community that is colonizing. Maybe being a colonizer in that context simply, puts some kind of moral onus on you to fight
Well, I
tooth and
think
nail
that's the
to end the colonization process or something.
I think that's the point of the term ultimately.
Sure. Yeah, well, I mean, you wouldn't be using it if they were proud of it.
Yeah.
The entire point is that, like, there's an internal reason to feel shame at taking part in a process of colonization because it directly contravenes your own ethos, right? If it was if we were if we if I don't know, if the justification for the colonization of North America was just that we are mighty warriors and we are just taking over the world, to be like, oh, they're colonizers. Like, yeah, obviously. And like that'd be the end of the discussion. It'd be like,
Well, right, and I think that's also part of it is that the term like conquest is also pretty apt for what ended up happening. It took a while, but
no, I don't think so. I don't think so for a couple of reasons. First of all, because conquest involves like the actual domination of one community by another as that community or as that agent. What's taking place is more like we have told ourselves a lie about how it is that we are comporting ourselves here, and we are continuously conning ourselves to just steal a few more crumbs out of the bottom of the cookie jar. We're not conquering. That would have some level of respectability about it. Conquering is an achievement. What we're doing is weaseling our way into stealing people's stuff. This is a little bit different.
I suppose that's fair. However, the at least, and I'm a lot more familiar with the history in the United States of our interaction with indigenous peoples. There is a wide variety of activities that took place that kind of fall under a very broad heading. So you have cases where there is actually fighting going on between groups, and you have cases where it is a underhanded land grab, and you have these cases, and it's a 400-year history. So there's a whole lot of stuff that gets encapsulated on all that. And the end result, ultimately, is kind of a virtual subjugation of peoples.
Yep. Sorry, I'm just reading chat here. If I said yep to something bad, I meant no, or my condolences.
No, I think that was probably an appropriate response.
Yeah, well, of course you would say that. Let's see here.
I could be horribly, horribly biased, possibly in favor of vegans.
Yeah, well, I really regret saying that vegans are oversensitive. That's for darn sure. I don't think she got the joke.
No.
Years from now, this stream will lose all context and it'll just be Sunday asking Lucy, how's your mom?
Sunday, check DMs real quick, by the way.
Oh no. Oh no, what's happening in DMs? I'm okay with Sinthe calling me a dumb fuck in BC. Just make sure she's not abusing other people in chat. It's not against the rules to call me an idiot. Oh, sorry. Should have said that earlier. Well, there it is. I have little birds everywhere. Be warned.
It is your Discord server.
I mean, Syntha's welcome to come back. I'd be happy to talk to her more. She's in VC. She clearly has time. I've got a few more minutes before I need to turn in.
Well,
why don't we just pull her right in? Why don't we just do that?
Wait! Don't! Because let me explain.
Oh, live a little.
Let me explain. I think that she wanted a structured format conversation about it, and that's why she left earlier. Otherwise, she would have stayed, because she did say that she'd be fine with me moderating. But I think it was because you mentioned that you were preferring a format.
Well, why don't we have a meta conversation about why that conversation went downhill, and we just avoid the topic.
Okay, we can do that, but before we bring her in, keep in mind that she is not in stream guest, which means she's not prepared to come on stream, so she might not be ready to just be brought back on stream.
Well, why don't you let her know for me?
Yeah. Let me join their chat real quick.
Okay. Did you get anything cool for Christmas, Daedalus?
Whole bunch of dog toys. And I got a shower head so that I can give the dog a bath without necessarily soaking myself at the same time.
What kind of dog do you have?
He is a Chihuahua Australian cattle dog mix.
I have no point of reference for what that looks like.
Hang on. Let me put it in the chat here.
If she says no, I'm just going to call the stream here because I'm tired. I want to sleep.
I adopted him back.
Is Leo back?
Not yet.
Oh.
I adopted him back in June. I put it in DMs.
Oh, let's see. Aw, that's adorable.
He's a good boy.
How old is he?
As best as I can tell, 3 is what me and the shelter thought. He was a stray before, so I'm not entirely certain what his history was prior to me.
Oh, sorry.
That's so cute.
How's it going?
Swell.
Leo asked me said that you wanted me to hop back in. I'm not sure which is there anything else you wanted to revisit from the past conversation, or?
Well, Leo, what did you say this as, just for my clarity?
Oh, I just said that you wanted to bring Sinthe back in.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't help very much. Well, we agreed to have a structured conversation on the academic topic. How about let's just review the previous conversation and how that went, and sort of evaluate that. So, how do you
on less hostile terms as well?
Ideally, but obviously I have no way to constrain you, so. What do you think?
Sounds good with me, yeah.
All right, well, how do you think the conversation went and why?
I think that what happened early on was I tried to make an argument that had, I guess it was just a syllogism, right? It had, 2 premises, a conclusion. And, I was, every time I got halfway through premise 2, you just, cut me off, which was kind of irritating. And so the conversation ramped up in hostility. and then it became a point where like you would not have responses or not directly interact with the point. And so what I did at that point was just ramp the hostility up intentionally on my end even more, because I was annoyed at you. And I think that initially, your conversation increased the hostilities. Then subsequently, mine did. I think mine doing that afterwards was justified. I'm gonna guess that you're gonna think that yours initially was justified. And I don't think that the conversation of delving into whose tone was more justified is totally productive. But if it's what you're interested in, I'm down to do it.
I'm not interested in that at all.
Good, thank God.
The
So Christmas miracle.
So when you say it was a syllogism, I'm quite sure I can't recall what the initial statements were. But my recollection is that statements were made in the course of making your opening argument, which took a decent amount of time to run through, that I found problematic. And my concern was, if we let those sit, then we're going to be litigating something that's way downstream from those, when my issue is going to be way earlier on. So typically in like a back and forth, when there's not like set times for people to lay out like extensive arguments, you'll have a conversation which is a back and forth. Somebody will give an explanation of a point, and then you'll be able to ask, as they're making the point, well, hang on, can you explain what you mean by this kind of thing? Or hang on, I'm not necessarily certain that works. Can we interrogate this first before we move on to the next thing? That was sort of my approach there. So my issue is that when I'm trying to make an intervention like that for the sake of my understanding, because if I have to go off of memory, which is dodgy at the best of times, at like 3 a.m. or nearly 3 a.m. in the morning, I'm not going to be able to go super far down the line before I lose the particulars from before, and I don't want to have you like restart the entire process again. I want to like break down the bits as we go forward, so we're sort of like on the same page as we're progressing forward. What are we onboarding to get to here? And then even if I disagree with the premise, I can onboard the premise. I can suspend belief in the premise to have a productive conversation about something farther down the line of the argument. But because your response to that was to treat that as if it was some kind of debate tactic or an interruption, it didn't go anywhere, because I'm literally just trying to have a conversation with you. I don't have I'm not super invested in the vegan issue, to be totally honest with you. I have no particular reason to be hostile to you. In fact, I invited the conversation prior, so it's a little bit perplexing. Like I don't know how we're supposed to like have a productive conversation if I have to accept not just like every single premise you load before the dichotomy you present me, but if I can't even ask questions about them without that being treated as like an underhanded tactic, you know?
Sure. So there were a couple things that you said there. I kind of wrote down the key points that I had issues with. One is your examples of interruptions I don't think were accurate to what you were doing. You gave me examples where it was like inquisitive, you were asking questions, you were asking for clarification. I think all of those are good reasons to interrupt.
Or just challenging, right?
Just a second, right? Just a second, right? All of those are good reasons to interrupt. But yeah, what you just said right now is what you did was challenging. What you did was challenging in the way that like you would hear something that you thought I was saying that was wrong, and then you disagree with it, and it would turn out that it was not wrong. Like, for example, one of the points was one of the points, if I remember correctly, was the disgust point. I said, what are the reasons other than, what are the reasons why bestiality is wrong that don't also apply to eating meat? And then you gave me disgust as an argument, as a reason, right? And then I relate it back to you in a follow-up argument as one of the premises, and then you were like, no, that's wrong. I didn't say disgust was what was morally relevant. So the examples of interruptions you gave there were not accurate to what you were doing. What you were doing was stopping the conversation to express contention with a premise that was not reasonably under contention, given that you had already agreed to it. The other one is you invited the conversation. I don't think that's an accurate portrayal of the conversation. The moment that I got on, I said, I told you there are some issues, right, that I had with your vegan stuff, and I pointed out that you had said in the past that vegans were overly sensitive, and then you had made like a snide comment about like, "Ah, well, you've proven them wrong, huh?" I don't think it was an invitation at all. I don't think it was an inviting conversation. It seemed hostile. And finally, you said, I can't even ask questions about them. This once again rounds back into the initial point, which is just that you weren't being inquisitive, you weren't asking questions, you were interrupting me so that you could contend with the premise that had already been established in the conversation because you'd already said it.
Well, what if, in your earnestness, you maybe conflated two things that I might have been touching upon when I was making the initial contention. When I was saying, for example, like maybe for instance, what I was trying to express was that people will treat something as wrong for reasons other than a reasoned moral argument. Like somebody can work from the premise that all harm or all unjustified harm is wrong, right? And then you can say, well, we don't need to eat meat, and eating meat harms the animal, therefore that's wrong. Like, okay. But somebody could also treat bestiality in a similar fashion with as much stridency, simply on the grounds that they are disgusted by it. They're not in the abstract. They aren't like thinking to themselves, this is wrong because I'm disgusted by it, but they are disgusted by it because of cultural reasons or whatever, and therefore treat it as if it is wrong. So the treating it as it is wrong is distinct from the it being morally wrong from my perspective.
I agree that treating something as wrong is different from it being morally wrong, which means that disgust is a listed reason when somebody asks you, what are the reasons why bestiality is wrong that don't apply to eating meat? That wouldn't be a reason because obviously you agree that's not a reasoned moral argument. That's just people treating something as wrong. It's not a reason it actually is wrong.
Well, I think that's neither here nor there. The point is, the point is what you were treating as settled, as me like setting something as a premise that we agree upon in the argument. We didn't actually agree upon. In order to say that, it seemed like you were insisting that I was staking out disgust as in fact satisfactory as a moral reason for something being wrong, and I simply wasn't doing that. If I did, that would be extraordinarily out of character for me, given like the kinds of stances that I generally take.
No, it was out of character, which is why I brought up the argument of, but if you say this is the reason here, it would be the reason for homosexuality, and then I think this is why you tried to create some sort of, maybe unintentionally, because I think maybe you wouldn't have remembered the exact thing you said, because like you said, it's very late. You tried to create some sort of post-hoc way to make that make sense, when in reality, it would just, if that was what you were trying to say with it, it would be a total non-answer to the question, which is just, what's the thing which makes, it would be a total non-answer to the question, which is just, what's the thing that makes bestiality wrong that doesn't also apply to eating meat? Because if there's not a thing, if all we can say is there are reasons why people view them or treat them as wrong, right, that are different between the two, but the things that really make bestiality wrong also apply to eating meat, then it would also be the case, right, that
Okay, that's the
there wouldn't be a
academic
false
argument.
equivalency.
Sure, that's the academic argument. But what if you misunderstood me, and what you're accusing me of doing is in fact what you're doing after the fact?
What are you saying I'm doing?
What if you're post hoc trying to insist upon a way in which the equivocation was nonetheless made? Even though you recognized at some point, or maybe you didn't recognize, maybe it's just ambiguous, that I might not have actually been insisting that bestiality is morally wrong because it's disgusting.
So that wouldn't be likely to happen if the question you're being asked is something like, what is it that makes one of these actions morally wrong that doesn't apply to the other one, and then you respond with disgust. Maybe you could have been attempting to do something else, but what you were attempting to do was just not answer the question. Then that could be unintentional on your part, right? I think there's a reasonable possibility that through no active malice, you just unintentionally said something that wasn't a real answer to the question. But a reasonable actor in my position would think, okay, this person is trying to engage with the thing that I just said and trying to answer the question, so I should interpret the response as an answer to the question. So I don't think there's anything post hoc on my end. I think it's just.
Can I make a
reasonable
comment?
actor would determine. Sure.
Okay. You do a thing where you will take somebody attempting to make a break into a exposition that you're giving for the sake of asking a question, as if that is somehow breaking some sort of norm or affronting you personally. That makes actual conversation basically impossible because I have to like rely on my memory of an extensive line of reasoning in order to return to the point later and interrogate it or challenge it. When typically how productive conversations go is somebody says a thing. It's small, simple, clear, and it's able to be grappled with and held on to, so that you can actually like both sort of work with it and figure out like what actually you agree upon concerning what we disagree upon, and you focus on the small thing first. You seem to be really invested in keeping momentum towards a dilemma that you want it to get to. But the dilemma itself is not sufficiently motivated. If all the steps you take to get there, I'm gonna challenge it. These are actually like sites of things that I will have a debate with you on, anyways. Like and what that does is that telegraphs to me that you're not really interested in having a conversation. You're interested in having some kind of I don't know. You're interested in having some kind of epic own moment where you've gone like, so we just gone through all your reasons, you're a stupid, worthless idiot, good day, sir. And then you hang up. Or something like that. Maybe you don't hang up, but that's what you're going for. When you do that, especially like when we haven't spoken before, I don't think you have any particular reason to think that I wouldn't. I was even talking to Leo earlier. Like, if you would just come on here and you just said, I think that you have some like flaws in your reasoning about veganism, and you had said, here's where I think your reasoning flaws are, and here's some things I recommend you look into, or we can have like an extensive conversation. I can like break down the problems in your reasoning, and we can like see where we actually land at the end of it. I would have gone along with that easily. I mean, I have not only like reasons of personal of education and growth to motivate me towards that. That's free. That solves my question of, hey, what am I doing for stream for the next week or so? That simplifies my life on a material level. I don't know why you would come at this from the vantage of trying to beat me like that's going to achieve anything. You know? Like I don't have the kind of clout where there's value in that by itself. And moreover, it just doesn't get us anywhere.
Yeah. So in short, one of the big issue with what you just said there is that you're attributing a lot of intent to me that's just not accurate. I didn't come at this with the goal of like winning over you. I came in here because I wanted to give you the arguments for why the thing that you said is incorrect. I wanted to tell you, here are the reasons to believe that the thing you said was false. That's what I'm trying to do. And you've attributed a tremendous amount of intent to making the assumption I'm coming here with the attempt to dunk on you or something. The conversation, from my perspective, wasn't about dunking. And the only time there was a mention of winning was when you told me that if you had just like, if I just say nothing, then I win. That's what you said about yourself, right?
Well, yeah, because if you're approaching,
and then my response was, do you actually think you're winning the conversation? Because it's ridiculous to view a conversation where you're
sure.
kind of like fumbling. I let you talk for quite a while, right? I didn't interrupt you at all.
You're doing that thing.
This is another example, right? Yeah, this is another example, right? I'm not personally affronted. It's just that you spent a long time talking. I want to address every single point you said, not just like one or two of them, right? There is a broader issue with a conversation where one person gets to make a lot of points and the other person gets to make very little, right? If you have a lot of speaking time and I have a very small amount of speaking time, that makes it harder to communicate the ideas, it makes it harder to communicate contentions. But to round it out, right, my goal in the conversation was not to epically dunk on you or get like a debate on, right? I'm just trying to give you the reasons why you're wrong. You brought it into the territory of winning. I didn't.
Okay, if you say so, but I mean, what you declare your intent to be doesn't particularly matter. What you're doing are the actions of somebody who's trying to win a debate.
Okay. What I'm doing are the actions which are good if you want to have a philosophical discussion and exchange arguments, which happen to be ones which are similar to philosophical debate.
No.
Synth, you're wrong. You are very mistaken if that's your goal. What you're actually doing is running things together so quickly, and at such a high level of intensity, at the most inopportune time, with no moderation, and filling it with invective, so that not only are you impossible to follow, not only are extraordinarily difficult to follow, I have to be on my guard that you're not setting up traps constantly, because you are not comporting yourself like someone who wants to have a conversation. And crucially, even if you are trying to have a positive conversation and your intentions are completely honorable here.
I'm not trying to not be invective, right? The moment you start insulting me and interrupting me and being rude to me, I do it back, and I think that's fair to do.
Sure, whatever. But
it's the way you set the standard of non-interrupting in the future, because it worked effectively for getting you to stop doing that, like it just did now.
Life's not fair. Okay, get over yourself.
I agree. Life isn't fair, which is why it's good to try your best to make it fair, and it's easier to make fair if when somebody is rude and dismissive and kind of like condescending, to do it right back. I don't think there's an issue.
Where have I been dismissive of you? I've been trying to have a conversation this entire time.
You were dismissive of me initially, and you said I was being indictive during that conversation. I'm telling you, the reason why I was indictive is because of the fact that you were so dismissive.
Indictive?
The only argument. Yeah, you said
invective.
Invective. Sorry. Yeah. Invective.
No. Invective. No. Hang on.
Meaning hostile or aggressive.
No. An invective is when you like insert like an insult or a jab.
Yeah,
invective is not
hostile
an attitude.
or abusive.
No. But no. I'm not saying hostile or abusive. What I'm saying is you're inserting invectives, as in you're inserting like insults or jabs or whatever into the thing, which colors how I'm going to but it colors how I'm going to interpret your goals in the conversation. And if my interpretation of your goals in the conversation is that you're not in it for a conversation, then what I'm going to be motivated to do is to try to really highlight particular points before you're allowed to sort of rail off like a line of different arguments.
When did I first make an insult towards you during that conversation? Do you remember
I can't remember.
Cool. I can tell you that you had insulted and been transparently condescending, not even like subtly or something like that, several times before I insulted you once. You had brought the conversation to, all I have to do is just not say anything, and I won, like a weird Bond villain or something.
No.
It's very clearly like that would be an example of an invective, right? That would be an example of a behavior or a piece of language, right, that you think is hostile or abusive or aggressive. If I had said that anything that you say to me means I win the conversation, this would be kind of a silly.
Okay, but let me just stop you right there, okay?
I think it would make the conversation hostile, and it makes it fair for the other person to be hostile back.
No. At that point, I had already determined that you had sort of let's say, non-productive ends in mind with the conversation based on how you're comporting yourself. And given, hang on. It doesn't.
Had I insulted you at that point?
I wasn't basing that off of insults.
Okay, what were you basing it off of?
What you're doing right now, that kind of interaction.
But
Just chill for a second, okay?
Wait, I just don't understand why the.
I'm trying to explain it to you. Okay.
Cool. Yeah. Let's go ahead.
Okay. So, having determined that was the case, for reasons we can get into later, I judged you to be trying to because when you're doing the whole debate thing, what you're ultimately doing it for is for the audience. Either you want to make the audience believe that your interlocutor is wrong, or you want your audience to believe the interlocutor is weak, where the rightness or the wrongness of the position is ambiguous. You don't have the ability to really determine that compellingly by yourself.
I did want to make sure that the audience could see that you were wrong. I think it was really clear that you were wrong. Any reasonable...
Okay, sure. I wasn't finished yet though, so just hang on one.
You weren't finished, but I don't get finished when you interrupt me, right? So I want to jab back at the points that you're making, just so you jab back at the points that I'm making.
Okay. Just chill for 5 seconds, all right?
This is one of the other examples.
I'm not done yet.
This is one of the other. Yeah, I know you're not.
Yeah, but you go a mile a minute. I'm sorry, I haven't ingested as much caffeine as you, so.
I haven't had any caffeine, all right? It's like you should see me on caffeine, all right? It's wild. So I'm just telling you another example of a
I wasn't. Yeah, but you're getting off. We're getting off.
Build up some rapport.
Okay, you're failing miserably. We're getting off topic though.
Yeah, it's not possible to because every time that
Sinthe, we're getting off topic.
Sunday, wait, other people are talking, right? Other people are talking. You can be patient.
Stop doing the will thing for 5 seconds, okay?
The will thing?
The will thing. You're doing the will thing. Don't do the will thing.
Oh my god.
Don't be Will. Don't be Will, okay?
Yeah, I don't
Will's
think that
not a
Will
good
did
thing to
anything
be.
wrong in the conversation. I don't think Will did anything wrong in the conversation either. I think Will's a great person.
Okay,
I think
well,
you're a piece
you're-
of shit for the way you interacted with him there. But I think the weird approach you have to conversations broadly is not one of good faith. It's one that breaks down good faith very
Well, that's
quickly, like you
illuminating.
just did.
Um,
Like you just did.
Synth.
I'm trying to make sure that we can exchange the arguments.
Wait, Will? No,
George?
Will. Sorry, Synth.
Jesus Christ.
Synth.
I didn't know that was like a weird like jab or like a weird like slightly transphobic thing or something. But I'm just trying
No,
to have a
that was
conversation with you.
no that was a slip because you're doing the same thing.
Yeah, whatever.
I got into the
So,
same repeat thing.
I don't care, right? So I'm just trying to tell you that the weird approach you have to conversations is one that instantly causes a massive breakdown in the ability to have good faith dialogue. Which is, Sunday. You for the 80th
But
time.
I haven't finished the point I was making. I was making a point.
I'm stopping you, right? You stopped me from making my
But
point.
why?
Now I'm trading off. Because I think it's fair if you stop me for me to be able to stop
But
you.
the
but I
whole
think
point
that-
of this was
but I
it was
think
going to
it's
be a
equivalent.
conversation about what failed in the conversation.
Yes,
Why are
I
you engaging in the argument again?
You are showing what failed in the conversation, which is that you have no capacity for good faith. What you do is somebody else will somebody else will do the same thing you're doing in the conversation. Like they'll take it as a cue, like
Synth.
a normal person would. They stop Sunday, please. They'll take it as a
Synth.
cue that when you interrupt
No,
them, it's okay.
Synth.
Sunday,
Synth.
Sunday,
Synth.
Sunday.
Synth.
Saying people's names over and over again will not make your point any less stupid. Please, Sunday. If
You
you're
don't know what
saying-
my point is. I haven't been able to
your
say
points-
it yet.
All of your points have been stupid so far, right? So if your goal in the conversation is to have a good faith dialogue, then when you start doing interruptions toward the other person, they'll take it as a cue they can do interruptions back at about the same rate.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Can I finish the thing?
I don't know. Can you?
That's the question, isn't it?
Shit.
Can I?
Yeah, that's gonna be a modal statement.
Can I? Are you gonna let me?
I might. It depends what you say.
Okay.
Be very careful with your words, Sunday.
Before we continue the conversation, maybe we can we can all take a moment, regardless of who any of us think was at fault for what just happened, like the escalation. Maybe we can try and take this moment to reconvene the conversation to be a little bit lower temperature, so that we can be more productive with like discussion. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think there's something really interesting, right, about the approach Sunday has had here, which is just the entirety of Sunday's position has shifted from like him not having any substantive argument and moving it to tone policing to now asking to have another conversation just on tone policing, of which he's tone policing during. It's bizarre. There's no way to engage with Sunday because it's just recursive meta conversations. We'll have one conversation, he'll move it to tone policing about that one. Then we'll have another conversation, it'll be a meta conversation about the first one, where he's gonna tone police that one. And there's no way to engage with Sunday because of the fact that all he has is tone policing. He can't
Me,
talk
Leo,
about the substance.
and Sunday have been having a conversation for about 3 hours now.
Okay, and what is your point?
That it's possible to have a
Okay.
conversation with Sunday.
Hang on.
It's not possible to have a conversation with Sunday about things which are substantive disagreements unless you're a bumbling idiot like you are, Dalius.
Well, that's rude.
Correct. Yeah, I don't like any of you. I'm being
Okay,
rude.
that's great.
I like Leo for the record. I have no issue with Leo.
Okay. I guess, but Leo and I were talking, so I'm sorry, Leo. You're a bumbling idiot, but at least she likes you. What I was going. Okay.
I don't have an issue with Leo. Jesus Christ.
I know, but you're inconsistent there. What I was going to say.
What was the contradiction?
Wait, he was making a dumb joke. Okay, so it's basically Sunday was referring to the fact that I think that you were referring to anyone who could. I think some of you said like anyone who could talk to Sunday or something would be like a bumbling idiot under certain circumstances.
I would
and
really
technically apply to me.
But
like he was.
It's not important. It's not important. It's not important. I just look. I just really want to make the really short point I was going to make. Like,
it's not going to be that short. You ramble for a while. Go spit it out. Show us how short it is.
It'll be short. Just bear with me for 5 seconds, okay? So, when I determine that your goal in the conversation is to do some performative thing for the audience in like a debate context, I'm not saying I'm right. Maybe I was wrong, but that's what you telegraphed to me. Then at that point, when I'm talking to you about it at the meta level, which is like audience reception to it, I'm talking about it as the game I think you're playing. So in the game you're playing, that I think you're playing, there is a clear winner and there's a clear loser. And the point I was making is that the delivery you were giving, sorry, the way in which you were delivering the blows you were trying to land, we're not going to have the effect that you think they will because you look too eager to do it and it's too transparent. And if it's not transparent, then you're basically self-slandering because you're making yourself look very much like you're sort of acting in sort of a disingenuous and predative mode in the conversation. Which, if you're not, and I'm willing to take your word for it that you're not, that's a damn shame. That's all I was saying. I wasn't slighting you. I wasn't insulting you.
That's clearly a slight or an insult. I don't know if you this is your first time having a conversation with another human being. I thought you record. I thought you have past ones recorded, right? The weird. Just a second, Leo. Right.
So go for it, Leo. You can talk.
Yeah, just a second, Leo.
No, that's actually not your decision, Sinthe. Yeah, I'm gonna mute you for a second. Leo, you can talk now.
Yeah, Deuce's dog.
What were you gonna say?
Oh, well, I actually kind of forgot because I think it was like a question for Sinthe, but I forgot what it was.
I think she has a wonderful future ahead of her and screaming at clouds.
That really was exactly like the will conversation, wasn't it?
Yes.
No, it wasn't exactly like the will conversation.
It was. Okay, you're right. It wasn't. If Will wasn't reading off a script, that'd be exactly like the will conversation.
No. I have to object to this, just because there are reasons why it's more to make this issue. But
no, I think for example, when I was trying to get a word in with the will conversation, I didn't manage to get a single one. Hang on, Leo, just slow down.
It's an important. It's urgent. It's urgent. It's actually urgent. Like in literally the next 2 seconds, it's urgent. So I think I think you need to check to general chat. I think you need to mute stream real quick, and I think you need to hear what's happening in general chat real quick, just in case, because I heard that.
Leo, you're a mod. If they're doing something bad, just deal with it.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna be right back. Yeah.
Okay. Like you have the buttons. You don't need me for this.
Yeah, that was. Well, I didn't think that was going to be productive at all. I don't even.
Oh, what's happening in general chat? I'm curious now if it's urgent. Leo's not frivolous.
Well, no, man, Imran, it's not that crazy. I fully expected to get shot at when I made that comment, but I was just getting so irritated with this entire lack of self-awareness and this complete inability to recognize that A, she started it, and B, well, that's really it. She started it. She came in hot, and all of a sudden, it looked all the world to me in the conversation too, like her intention was just to try to make everyone look like an idiot. I was responding to chat.
No, it's all good. Oh, I have to pull him. I have to pull Leo back in. I keep forgetting about that. Hey, sorry about that, Leo. I keep forgetting I have to pull you back in.
It's okay. It's okay. No worries.
Sorry, what was going on?
So,
you can just tell me. It's fine. It's in general chat. It's public. So.
Well, yeah, no, it's actually not what's check user moderation discussion chat.
All right. I'm looking.
And then and then also check your. Well, I guess you don't have to check DMs yet, because you already saw that. Okay, never mind. Let me send you one more thing.
No, I don't. Yeah, don't worry about that, guys. Okay, it's fine.
Not right now. Okay, gotcha.
I'm really not concerned about people being rude to me, okay?
It's not about that, though. It's not about that.
What am I... Oh.
But that covers the...
Oh, well, that's against... Okay, Leo, that's if that's what's going on, then that's against the rules and just...
Well, that's not what I heard. That's not what I heard, but that... and also I just checked in, and that's not what I was hearing.
Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna. I'll drop in quickly. I'm gonna mute myself on stream.
Yeah.
Hang on, guys. Just one sec.
I don't think that's what the conversation is now, but I think that's what it was like a while ago. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
For Renaissance.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Sounds good to me.
Welcome back, Sunday.
Yeah. All right. If you see them breaking the rules, just get rid of them.
Yeah. I get you. Wow.
I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta wake up in 5 hours.
Okay. That sounds good.
Nice chatting with both of you.
Yeah,
Daedalus, you're not a moron. My apologies for you having to deal with that.
You know, like I said, I knew it was going to be a thing. You mind if I plug my channel real quick before you pop me out?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, to Monday, that's going to be tomorrow at this point, we will be doing our monthly show. It's going to be a light one. We're going to be talking about Star Wars. I make fun of Boba Fett. It's good times. In January, we'll be talking about, like I said, and I'm going to link it in chat if you want to go check it out. January, we're going to talk about the Convention on Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. Show up. It should be a good time.
I think I will show up to that one actually, if I'm invited.
Excellent. Actually, yeah, if I can get more people, so the entire conversation doesn't have to be me, that would be wonderful.
I wonder if Doe would be down for that. I could ask it if it wants to join. Maybe. I can't guarantee anything. I don't have leverage over these people, but it sounds like a conversation that would be amenable to.
I think you'd like Hetman, actually. He and I have been friends for a long time. That's why we get into this together.
Sorry, Leo, you were trying to say something.
Oh, I was just gonna say if I could plug my Twitter. I'm at Leo Pressner on Twitter. That's LeoPruessner. Just in case anyone was interested in following me, just as a result of this conversation.
Who plugs their Twitter?
And
for how much longer?
Yeah, indeed.
I don't have the energy to make a YouTube channel, so I'm keeping up my Twitter.
Dude, look, we're having a conversation right now. You can literally just steal any conversation we have on here as content for your channel, right? Like, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Just literally clip it and download it and upload it. It takes 5 seconds.
Yeah. Maybe.
Anyway, I mean, you're going to take the effort to plug it me as well.
Yeah. Sure.
Just a thought. Anyways, thanks.
Anyway.
Nice talking to you guys. You have a good night. Merry Christmas.
Have a good night.
Take care.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
You too.
Have a good night, chat. Take care.